Assalamu alaikum. Jazakallah khairan everyone for coming. We have with us Dr. Shuaib Ahmed Malik. MashaAllah, he has two PhDs. The first PhD is in chemical engineering. The second PhD is in theology. He's currently pursuing his Alimiyah studies as well with mashayikh from Al-Maghrib. So it's really quite an opportunity to have people excelling in both fields, people with a background in science and in Islamic studies, presenting us this kind of material today. I think when you have doctor that many times in front of your name, it just means drum roll at that point, right? Allah protect him, alhamdulillah, he's a great brother. We appreciate the time he's giving us for this workshop. So, jazakumullah khairan, barakallahu fikum.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. Oh, sorry, too much. Okay, right. My name is Shuaib. Just in case people mispronounce that, I was in the UK once, and he wasn't familiar with Arabic names, and so he once called me Shabubu. So it's Shuaib Ahmed Malik. Just to quickly introduce myself before we get on to the topic today, I come from Pakistani parents. My mom and dad are from Pakistan. But my dad was born and raised in Kuwait. I was born and raised in Kuwait in the Middle East. I then went to the UK for my studies. I finished my studies in chemistry and chemical engineering. And then, Muslim family, you're a medic or you're an engineer, khalas, that's it, no other option, right? So, and then I realized during my first PhD that I was in the wrong field. I remember calling up my dad. I told him that I don't think I want to do engineering anymore. I want to go into Islamic studies. I want to go into Sharia. And that was a difficult conversation to have with a Muslim father. But anyways, in 2014, I moved to the UAE, Dubai, and I have been an assistant professor of the natural sciences since then. So I teach physics, chemistry, mathematics. But my research shifted entirely to an area called Usul ad-Din, right? Or Aqidah, if you want to give it a simpler name. And the reason why I got interested in this field is because of a growing subject called science and religion. Now, when you go into university, you can choose options, right? You can do a major in electrical engineering, in chemical engineering, physics, math, whatever. Believe it or not, you can now also do a master's level degree, or even a PhD in science and religion. This is a growing field. And I really got interested and invested in this area. So during my time in Dubai, I heard of an online program, a graduate program at the University of Edinburgh in Scotland. And in 2017, I undertook that program and I really enjoyed it, but I was very disappointed because it was largely from the perspective of Christianity. The discussion from the Islamic standpoint was still under development. And so when I finished that program, I started publishing a lot of books in this space. Alhamdulillah, we have a lot of material coming out. And since then, I've just been investing into this field because I do feel that given where Muslims are today, I think there's a real need to be able to connect two things. One are the contemporary conversations that are raising doubts and challenges for Muslims. And the other is the Islamic tradition. So my area is mostly looking at how to deal with modern conversations from the lens of Aqidah or Kalam, right? That's the area that I come from. Today, what I want to do is walk you through the discussion of New Atheism. Hands up if you've heard of New Atheism before. Have you heard of that term before, New Atheism? None of you. Okay, good. So I'm going to have 3 different sessions with you today. The first session is all about introducing you to what New Atheism is, right? What are the reasons why Muslims are beginning to leave Islam? So this is more like a stage setting conversation. In the second session and in the third session, we will look at 2 different arguments for God's existence, okay? And this is going to be conversational. I do want to make sure that you have a lot of fun. In fact, do you guys see all these pretty candies? This is because this will be given to you whenever you get a question right. So for example, let's see who's been paying attention. Raise your hand, don't shout out the answer, right? And I said this before, which country was I born and raised in? Yes? Kuwait, very good. Good catch, very good, excellent. Okay, so that's how it's going to be like, inshallah, for the whole day. All right. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. There's no such thing as a stupid question, no such thing as a stupid answer. This is a safe space. Ask whatever you want to ask. Okay. Right now. By the way, can you see the screen on top of you? Yeah. Okay. Great. So what I want to do is kind of walk you through an important subject matter. In the past 20 years or so, there has been a movement called New Atheism that was initiated shortly after 9/11, right? This movement gained a lot of dominance and it raised a lot of questions for religious people across the world, not just Muslims, but religious people across the world. What I want to do is give you an overview of this movement and explain to you how this movement is using science to make you question about your belief in God's existence. Okay? So this is my plan for today, just to kind of give you an overview. Because of the sensitivity and nature of this topic, I've added this in red. This is not suitable for kids under 12-year-old. Now, what is the plan for today? I want to go over what is New Atheism, why we should learn about it. Some of you may be questioning, why is this even being taught in the mosque? Why is atheism being taught here? This is an Islamic center. We should be learning about Islam. Well, there are several statistics in the US. So I'm giving you specifically US statistics. 1 in every 4 Muslims is leaving Islam in the US. 1 in every 4. And this is a survey done by a secular institution called the Pew Survey, right? There's also another survey, an unofficial survey that was disclosed to me. So you have Islamic schools in the US, Islamic high schools, middle school, lower school. All of these schools, they feed their information to an umbrella organization, which is run by a group of Muslims. And the chair of that particular organization, she's a good friend of mine. She told me that within our own Islamic institutions, we are also seeing the same statistic. 1 out of every 4 Muslims through the Islamic schools are leaving Islam. So there's a real need to understand what is causing the issue and how can we engage with it. Okay, so this is a really important discussion matter. Right? Now, for those of you who like to read, that is a book that I published in 2018. It's available for free online. You can download it for free. Just type it on Google, Sheikh Google, Maulana Google, and you will be able to download it as a PDF. That contains pretty much an overview of the current state of affairs. Okay? Now, let's first start off with terminology. Okay? So getting some terms out there. Theism is the idea that there is a God. Let me ask a question to all of you. Are Muslim theists? Yes or no? Raise your hand. Yes? Yes, you got it. Do you play cricket? Okay, good. Good, very good, excellent. Okay, so theism is about proof that there is a God. Atheism is the belief that God does not exist. It's the complete opposite, right? Agnosticism is the idea that we are uncertain. There are people who say, I'm not sure. There could be, there could not be. And these are the 3 terms I want you to stick with today. Okay? Everyone okay? Give me a thumbs up. All good? Very good. Excellent. Very good. Cool. Right. Now, these are the 2 books I was telling you about in the car, by the way. For those of you who want to dig a little bit deeper, there were 2 books that came out around the same time, 2015. These 2 books mention and discuss why are Muslims leaving Islam. Okay, so this is about ex-Muslim atheists. The book on the left-hand side, The Unbelievers, is a survey of ex-Muslims in the West. So America, Canada, UK, Australia. And the book on the right-hand side, Arabs Without God, that is a survey of ex-Muslim atheists, guess where in the Middle East, right? Countries like Kuwait, UAE, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Jordan, etc. Now, between these 2 books, there's a lot of overlap. right? Some of them say, I left my religion because of science. Some of them said, I left my religion because of Richard Dawkins. Have any of you heard of the name Richard Dawkins before? Some of you have. Okay, right. So for those of you who don't know, we'll come across those ideas, right? Some of them said, I left because of 9/11. I can't believe Muslims can do such horrible things. Misinformed, it's misinformed, but I'm just giving you answers, right? So there's a lot of overlap between these two books. And science is playing a very, very strong role here. Okay, very, very strong role. So there is research explaining how and why Muslims are leaving Islam. There's research behind this. Okay. Furthermore, right? Have any of you seen those books before? Put your hands up if you've seen those books before. No one. Okay. Some of you have? Did you raise your hand? Sorry, you did. Yeah. Okay. So since 2003, we are also seeing more and more books being written by ex-Muslim atheists. And when I was young, when I was 18, right? I'm just 19 right now. So when I was 18, we only had 1 or 2 books that were circulating. But now we are seeing an explosion of a lot of books talking about and critiquing Islam from a variety of standpoints. The latest one that came out was in 2017. This list is outdated. There are many more that have come after this. A lot more. So the reason why I'm saying this, particularly in a Muslim audience, is we can find a lot of comfort in the masajids. We can find a lot of comfort. We can feel, yep, we're safe here. But when we go out there, the situation is different. And that is the first step in understanding a problem, that there is a problem. There is a problem, right? In addition to books, we are also seeing an increasing representation of ex-Muslim atheism online. Now, in my generation, we were very book people. I was at the time when Facebook just came out, YouTube just came out. So we were still oriented, glued to books. But the new generation is hooked on to what? Netflix, YouTube, Twitter, whatever other stuff, right? Instagram. What's the newest one? KitKat? TikTok. That's the one, yeah. Right, okay, TikTok, yeah. So those things are there. Now, online, we are seeing a lot of publicity. These are 2 of the more recent people who have channels, YouTube channels that have maybe 500,000 subscribers. How many of you speak Urdu? Any of you speak Urdu? A few of you. The guy on the right hand side, his name is Harris Sultan. He is formerly Pakistani. I think he now stays in Amsterdam. He wrote a book about God's existence in Urdu, blew up in the Urdu world, and he shot to fame on YouTube. Any Turkish people here? Any Turkish people? No Turk? Oh wow, no representation from Turkey. Subhanallah. Work on your society. So, right? So the person on the left-hand side, he calls himself the ex-Muslim apostate, right? Or the apostate prophet, sorry. And he is from Turkey. He is also becoming very, very prominent in the online space. And these are videos that your children are seeing on their mobile tablets or whatever the case is. Right. Now, this is the part that may surprise you even more. There are also legal bodies now being developed in the UK as well as in the US. These are bodies that protect the rights of ex-Muslims, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that whatsoever. But there are bodies now that are producing reports, statistics that can take legal action against Muslim societies if they treat non-Muslims incorrectly. So for your context, the body that is in your region is the one on the right-hand side. Ex-Muslims of North America, shortly known as EXMNA. Have any of you heard of EXMNA before today? No one. Now, they released a report last year. They released a report. And I'm going to share the report with you. Just give me a second, because that report is very interesting. Teaching Humanities, the Black Academy. Where is atheism? There we go. Okay. Here we are. Can you see the report? Is that coming? No? Ah, it's there. Okay. Do you see that logo at the top? What is happening with your gizmos, bro? So, all right. Just 1 second. Technical problems. Blame it on your Amir here. So, Mr. Jamali, Habibi, what's happening? Okay, right. We're waiting. No pressure. So, all right. Okay. Sorry. You can see it? The people at the back, you can see it? Okay, all right, okay. You got lucky today, bro. So okay, right. Now, so this particular report is very interesting. It came out just last year, okay? So this organization, Exmina, they took answers from 500 ex-Muslim atheists in the US, okay, in the US. And they gave the data to university. I think it was George Mason University. I don't remember the exact name, but they gave them the data to process the results. What I want to do is go over some interesting findings from here with you. Okay? Bismillah. Okay, so who are the apostates? Apostates mean people who leave Islam. Okay. We're looking at about a 60-30 relationship between men and women. Okay, no problem. At what age do they start considering apostasy? Look at the age. What age is the most dominant in that? 22 to 28. This is exactly the years leading up to high school and university. That's that region. Okay? Oops. Okay. Look at this. How many of them are immigrants? About 60%, right? Look at that. 68% are from migrated communities, right? And you can see here that, 1 second, sorry. So here they're showing you which communities have the most representation. Biggest one, South Asia, so India, Pakistan, those things. Second are the Arabs. Second are the Arabs, right? So far, interesting. Now, what is their education background, you may ask? Do they have a strong education factor, yes or no? If you look at this, more than 80% of this group, I think it's 80%, have at least an undergraduate degree. So this is not an uneducated individual or uneducated communities. These are educated folks who've had a university background, right? Here. Now, what did they study? Look at these fields. I am zooming the PDF. Oh, what do you mean zoom the PDF? You mean like this? Yeah? Okay, yeah. So, look at that. 25% natural science, meaning physics, chemistry, mathematics. 24% social sciences, meaning psychology or sociology. Right? Computer science, 16%. Engineering, 13%. So we're talking about a very strong STEM background community. Very strong STEM background. Right? There are other things that I want you to keep in mind. Okay, so what was their practice like? How often did they pray? You can see there's in statistics, you have something called a bell curve, right? So you have people largely in the middle, and then you have minorities in the extremes. We largely get a bell curve here. There are some people in the middle, some people say sometimes, some people say a lot. It's a little bit all over the place. This is fine, this is normal. But where things get interesting is the following. So, what was their involvement in the community? Maybe you're thinking, hang on, maybe there was no strong community around them, right? Look at the percentages. 72% of them said they would attend social events in their masjids. Some of them said they had mosque attendance, more than 50%. Some of them were even leaders in organizations. So here you have MSAs, right? Muslim Student Associations. In the UK, they're called something else. They're called ISOCs, Islamic Societies. But they were leaders at some point in their orientation. Now, this is where things for me got super interesting. These are testimonials. Read the first part. I was an imam at small prayer groups. As a teenager, I ran a Quran club and read the Quran at my school's end of year ceremony. Do these people sound like they're far away or don't know anything about Islam? No. These people do have a resemblance, right? Look at this one. I ran a mosque library for years, right? This is very interesting. I memorized the Quran and led prayers and the Taraweeh in Ramadan. I was very well known for my religiosity in my community, right? And there are several others. There are several others like this. All I'm saying is that these statistics should be raising questions for us as Muslims. Where might we be going wrong? And please don't take this the wrong way, but the first step in understanding a problem is acknowledging that we have a problem. Sometimes we like to kid ourselves that there's no problem. Muslims are safe altogether. That's not the case, right? We have problems. We should address them, right? So, now, when did they actually commit apostasy? This is the statistic. This is very interesting. So you know the previous stat that I showed you? That's when they became fully confirmed atheists. This is when they started entertaining doubts. And look at the age group. The largest age group is that high school, university period. That is that period. The last thing I want to share with you is this here. So there were many reasons why people left Islam. I want you to look at this, which is the subject matter of today, Islam and science. 28% reported conflict between Islam and the scientific view of the natural world as the most important factor in their apostasy, while 65% label it a contributing factor. That means more than 90%, for more than 90%, science was a factor, primary or secondary, in their deconversion from Islam. Right? So this is not old data. This came out last year, 2023, in the summer. Right? Now, what does this mean for us? Here, what does this mean for us? Well, we have questions that we need to address. Oh, sorry, I forgot. I need to maximize. Sorry. This whole movement, is it still not showing? Oh, wait, I need to maybe click play? Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. So this whole movement was initiated in the early part of the 2000 years, early years, right? And there were 4 people that came to be collectively recognized as the new atheists, or the 4 horsemen. These are Richard Dawkins. He is the person on the top left corner. You have Daniel Dennett on the top right corner. You have Sam Harris on the bottom left. And then you have Christopher Hitchens on the bottom right. Now, what is the first statement that we say in the adhan? What is the first thing that we say? Allahu Akbar, which translates as God is great or God is the greatest, right? Look at the title of his book. Oh, you cannot zoom in when you're here. What is the title of the book? God is not great. He specifically chose this title as a counter thesis for Muslims, right? Now, you may be questioning, what makes the new atheist new? Because atheism is not a new idea. We've had it for now a good few centuries. What made it new? I'm going to share 4 quotes with you by 4 non-Muslim analysts, researchers, academics. These are non-Muslims. That means they don't have a dog in the race. Yes? Look at what they say. Let me just maximize this, sorry. So this is Reverend Ian Markham. He is a professor of Christian and Islamic studies. He's written a few books in this area. Look at what he says. Harris is the worst. He makes Islamophobia a central part of his message. Hitchens comes second. To his credit, perhaps, he recognizes that the bad aspects of Islam are also found in Christianity and Judaism. For Dawkins, Islam is an illustration of the strange and bizarre behavior of religious people. It is interesting to note how both Harris and Hitchens supported the American war to Iraq primarily as a result of their deep prejudice against Islam. This is a non-Muslim. I want to stress on that. This is a non-Muslim making this claim. Is everybody clear? Thumbs up. First quote. Yeah? Good. By the way, I will share the slides with Jamil, $50 a piece, and then you can get the files, okay? So he'll give it to you. Don't worry, you will have these for free. This is Rabbi William Emerson. Here's what he wrote. In my view, the newness of new atheism has very little to do with its in-your-face, aggressive nature, or its popularity, or even its scientific approach to religion. What seems to distinguish it from earlier forms of atheism is the subtle and sometimes not so subtle ways it critiques and attacks Islam through its scattergun critique of religion in general. So what is he saying? For them, Islam seems to be a very specific target. Second quote. Let's look at the third one. The third one is, hang on, I think there was a third one that I think was deleted by accident. No problem. The third one, and this is very interesting. So this was a PhD dissertation that was eventually published into a book with the Oxford University Press. So this is by OUP. Very, very prestigious publication house. Stephen LeDroux himself is an atheist. Keep that in mind. He himself is an atheist. This is what he says. For new atheism, Islam represents both types of threats. As a religion founded on faith, it is a pre-modern threat to scientific modernity. In other words, Stephen LeDroux believes that the new atheists believe that Islam is a backwards religion. Hence, it's a pre-modern threat. It is going to take us to the Middle Ages or the Stone Ages. That's the kind of claim that he's making. Right? It also represents the postmodern threat in that the new atheists believe that epistemic relativism and cultural pluralism have paradoxically rendered the West incapable of effectively dealing with the threat posed by radical Islam. So let me explain what that means. There's a lot of fancy terms in there. We live in a multicultural society, yes? We have many different walks of life, yes? Many different religions. And the new nation states are trying to provide space for everyone. New atheists believe this becomes a threat for the West because if Islam grows, it can undermine all of that. That's the claim being made here. And look at the last sentence. Islam indeed is the most important element in the new atheist construction of an ideal Western civilization. In other words, the takeaway message from these quotations are Islam is an important thing in the new atheist paradigm, right? And this shouldn't be surprising. Is new atheism the only Islamophobic narrative? No. There were many Islamophobic narratives. It's just given a new impression now, right? So what I'm trying to show you here is that, again, I did not quote a single Muslim in any of these. These are all non-Muslims. They are making these observations as well. They are making these observations. Right. Now, one of the biggest weapons that new atheists are using in this debate between theism and atheism is science. Have you heard the idea that evolution means atheism? Have you heard that claim before? Yeah? Some of you? Have you heard the claim that science is atheistic? Yes or no? Have you heard that claim before? Some of you have, yeah. So, look at this list. We don't need God to create the universe because we have physics. We don't, evolution undermine God's existence. All of you know the theory of evolution? Astaghfirullah, he said evolution in the mosque. Right? So this is a thing, right? You can believe in God or science, but not both. How many of you have learned science? How many of you believe in God? No hands should go down. Some of them down. Right? So both of you, all of you believe in God and science. So how do you tackle that claim? Right? Second last answer. Science can prove everything. Right? It can prove everything. We don't need religion. Religion is outdated. It's classical. Khaliwali. We don't need it. Right? And more importantly, science proves atheism. Do any scientists in here? Anyone who's an engineer? I think every room here, we're all Muslims, so I expect everyone to be a doctor or an engineer, right? So we have Muslim scientists, we have Muslim engineers. So how come we are saying that science proves atheism? And unfortunately, one or several of these claims is being spread on social media, in books, and guess what? Universities and high schools. Now, how do you tackle these issues? This is where the idea or the discipline of aqidah or ilm al-kalam becomes very important. One of the first things that you are required to do when you study Islamic studies, if you do an Alamiya program, Alamiya just simply means the studious path on becoming a sheikh, right? What are the disciplines you need to study? One of the disciplines that you need to study are aqidah, right? Now, to put this into context, there is a well-known hadith where the Prophet ﷺ, he's sitting with his companions. He's chilling, he's relaxing. Then a man, very well-dressed man, comes in front of them. Who is that man? Does anyone know this hadith? Who is that man? Anyone know? Sorry? Raise hand, Sheikh. Yes, yes. MashaAllah. 2 candies for you. Well done. Very, very good, Sheikh. Excellent. Good job. Oh, sorry. That was my bad. Here you go. Okay, here you are. Very good. So it's Jibreel, right? And Jibreel, he asks Prophet Muhammad ﷺ a couple of questions, right? Who can tell me from the sister side, what is the first thing that he's asked? Raise your hand. What is the first thing? Yes? Not Iman. That's not the first question. What is the first? Huh? Nope. Not that question either. Who can tell? Nope, not that. Man, you need to work on your community, bro. So, I'm joking. I'm joking. Right. Any? Yeah? Yeah. What's the question? That's the answer. What was the question? What is Islam? I'll give you the candy. Here you go. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Right. So the question is, what is Islam? What is Islam? And who can tell me what was the answer of the Prophet ﷺ? From the guys, what is the answer? When the Prophet was asked, what is Islam? What did the Prophet ﷺ say? Yes? So, was that the... Huh? Not a way of life? No. Oh yeah, everything, la ilaha illallah. That'll work everywhere. No, that's not the answer. No. What are the things that he said? You got to work on your community, bro. So, yes. The 5 pillars, right? The Shahada, Salah, Zakat, Hajj, Siyam, and Hajj, right? To be able to do those 5 things. Okay, now for the brothers again. What was the second question that was asked? Oh, now nobody wants to answer in case they get embarrassed. Yes. No. He knows. I know he knows. Yes. What is Iman? Very, very good. Excellent. Very good. Here's a candy for you. Good. Oh, good catch. Wow, very good catch. Okay. From the sister side, what is the answer to that question? What did the Prophet ﷺ say to what is Iman? You've answered. Somebody else. Anyone else from the sisters? No one is answering? Okay, I'll give you a shot. Very good. 6 pillars of Iman. Belief in Allah. Belief in angels. Belief in His books. Belief in His messengers. Belief in Judgment Day. Belief in destiny, good or bad. Okay? Then there's a third question. What is the third question that was asked the Prophet ﷺ? Who can tell me? What is ihsan? Very, very good. Here you are. Good catch. Okay, bad catch. So what did the Prophet ﷺ say to what is ihsan? What did he say? Yes? Very good. To worship Allah as if you can see Him. Now, can you catch? Yep, okay. Oh, sorry. Okay, I heard that. Okay, very good. I said, can you catch? She said, can you throw? Good, I accept the jab. Okay, so now, does the hadith end there? Yes or no? Does the hadith stop there? Yes or no? No, the hadith continues. There is another question that is asked of the Prophet ﷺ. What was he asked? Sorry? When is the last hour? When is Judgment Day? And the Prophet ﷺ said something to the effect of, I don't know. Muslims believe who is the best of creation? The Prophet ﷺ. And he himself said, I don't know. That means it's okay to say I don't know. It's a form of humility to say I don't know. And then he was asked, okay, you don't know when it is, but what are the isharat, the signs of the Day of Judgment? And then he spelled it out. Now, why did I go through this hadith with you? Why did I go through this hadith with you? It's because this hadith is the basis of your Islamic sciences or our Islamic sciences. When you look at the pillars of Islam, it's all to do with the body. The shahada, prayer, zakat, hajj. All to do with the external stuff, right? You're regulating your externality. Iman is to do with which part? The brain, the mind. And ihsan is to do with which part? The soul, the heart. And these three things, body, mind, and heart, are governed and explained by three different sciences in Islam, right? Which Islamic discipline or subject tells you what to do with your body, your regulation? Yes, fiqh, very good, or also known as jurisprudence, very good. Okay, good, bad catch. I threw it well this time, right? So, okay, so fiqh. What is the subject matter to do with the mind? Who can tell me? Huh? Anyone have an idea? Aqidah. This is where Aqidah comes in. It's to being able to know and defend why you believe in God, why you believe in the Prophet ﷺ. How do you know Islam is true? And ihsan is to do with tasawwuf or tazkiyat al-nafs, Sufism. All these three things must be held in balance. Now, today, we're going to be focusing on the second dimension, the mind. And using that, we'll hopefully walk through two arguments for God's existence today, after which I hope that I can show you that all these things are not a problem from an Islamic standpoint. Inshallah. Okay? Inshallah, that is the plan. Any questions from the sister side? Any questions? You can ask. No? Any questions from the other side? No? Okay. Take a 5-minute break and we'll have our second session. Barakallahu feek. Thank you. Salam.
Just a heads up for everyone. Inshallah, after we pray Asr today at 5 o'clock, we do have food at no charge. Inshallah, we're gonna have some pizza.
All right, okay. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. So there's a sister here who's lost her black Crocs. Is that right? Yeah? If somebody can find them, identify them, please do let her know. There's a sister here who's lost her black Crocs, and she needs to get back home, inshallah. Thank you. Yeah. I'll read it. Okay. All right, everyone, if we can start making our way back to our chairs, inshallah. All right, okay, cool. Right, okay. Bismillah. Okay, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. So in the first session, just to kind of revise what we did, I introduced a problem statement, right? What I wanted to kind of put on your radar is simply this idea. There is a movement known as New Atheism. It has led to the existence of various kinds of doubts. One of them is, how do you understand the relationship between the existence of God and science? Okay? What I want to do to help you explore this question, is everyone hearing feedback, or is that just me? You guys are hearing feedback, right? I don't know where that's coming from. Okay. So to explore this question, I want to walk through two different arguments for God's existence, right? Now, if you ever study Aqidah intensively, or if you study even a subject called philosophy of religion, right, you will come across various kinds of arguments for God's existence. What I want to do is go over two of them with you today. And what I want to do is I want you to think for yourself. Do not assume that just because I'm presenting it, it's correct. This will involve a conversation, okay? So there will be a few times where I'll ask you to sit in a group and explore and discuss what you think about this, okay? All right, let's make a start. My plan for this particular session is to go over a few preliminary points. Preliminary point just means some basic introductory remarks. That's all it really means. Once we do that, then I can start the argument and give you some examples that support this argument, right? And then we'll look at some criticisms directed at it. Now, if you ever pick up a book on proofs for God's existence in the English literature, I'm talking about the English literature, one of the first things that you will come across is that there are two kinds of theologies, right? Two kinds of theologies. One is called natural theology. The other one is called systematic or revealed theology. Let me ask all of you a question. Imagine you are talking to somebody who does not identify as a theist. They're either agnostic or atheist, okay? Now, with that person, when you're engaging, can you assume that the Quran and the Hadith is true for them? Can you assume that? No, that is not a valid source for them. So you bringing up the Quran and the Hadith is not going to work effectively. It may work on some occasions, maybe on some occasions it can, but to try and convince them that God exists, not the most effective route. Yeah? So for this reason, there is a distinction here between natural theology and revealed theology. Natural theology is when you use pure reason and experience or science to explain how to prove God's existence. That's natural theology. When you introduce the Quran and the Hadith into the discussion, that's revealed theology. Everyone okay with that? That first distinction? All good? Yeah. Yes, you have a question? Sure. Sure. Okay. So remember, so she's asked a very good question. The Prophet's time, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, right? He used revealed theology all the time, right? That was a thing, right? Bear in mind that they were already witnessing the prophetic miracles. Do we see miracles today? No, right? We don't see miracles today. The Quran is a miracle, no doubt, but can we show them what the Sahaba saw? No, right? So for them, they were already aware that this is a very special man. This is a very special man. So the situation is slightly different. When we want to invite people to reflect on God's existence, presuming the Quran is true, of course we always presume it's true in our hearts, no problem. But when you're not trying to ask somebody to think about there is a God, remember this is somebody who does not believe in God's existence. For you to assume that they believe the Quran is true is a huge assumption for you, because they will not treat that as a valid source of proof. You need to bring them to that point, right? And the way that it was brought to the Sahaba was, I am a messenger of God, here are the miracles. Once that was established, then beliefs started coming in. Even then, people were skeptical. Even then. Abu Lahab, for example, he didn't believe in the Prophet ﷺ. We have a whole surah about it. Does that help to some extent? Yeah? Okay. Right, yes? Like what? Okay. You need to rephrase your question, because I'm not getting. So basically, I think you're asking me, the Quran asks you to reflect on nature, right? That's fine. I think that even the atheists will reflect on nature, right? But I'm saying is that we can use the Quran in helping people dialogue, right? But I want you to imagine a skeptic. A skeptic is somebody who's like, I'm not sure. You need to walk them through certain steps before they even get to that stage, right? Yes? Of course. There are arguments for God's existence in the Quran. There's no denying that whatsoever, right? Now, when we talk about presenting arguments in a clear fashion, the language of the Quran is for the average person, right? It's relevant to all people. But now when we're talking about it philosophically or sharply, this is a slightly different thing now, right? So that's the key thing. Now, when you look into natural theology, there are various kinds of proofs for God's existence. In reality, there are about 20 different proofs. In reality, and if you look at all the arguments together, these are some of them: ontological, cosmological, teleological, moral, and miracles, and a variety of others. Have you guys seen some of these? Hands up if you've seen some of these before. You've seen some of these before. Okay. The first argument that we're going to look at is called a teleological argument. A teleological argument is an argument for design. So if you see something that looks very, very cool, very intricate, very complex, you think there must be a creator or some kind of designer behind it, right? For instance, if I see this mobile phone, do you think a mobile phone created itself? No. Can this be produced naturally through natural laws? No. You would think that there's some intelligence behind it, right? All those arguments are known as teleological. Okay? Now, it is important to understand a few different conceptual differences. There are design arguments based on the entire universe, which is what you see on the left-hand side. Those are known as cosmological design. Yani you're inferring design from the entire universe as a whole. Okay? As a whole. Who can tell me what is on the left-hand side? What are you seeing on the left-hand side? Sorry, the right-hand side. What are those blue things on the right-hand side? Can anyone tell me? Yes? What is it? Yeah? You? Huh? DNA. Very good. This is DNA, right? When we're looking at biology to prove design, that's called biological design argument. You ready to catch? Good catch. Very good. Excellent. Is that clear? Is everyone happy with that? Yeah? So we have design on the really big scale stuff, cosmological. Design on the really small stuff, biological. Did you have a question? No? Okay. Very good. Okay. Right. Very good. Now, the argument that we're going to look at today is called the fine-tuning argument. Hands up if you've heard of the fine-tuning argument before. Has anyone ever heard of that? Fine-tuning? Oh, just a few of you. Okay. Now, the fine-tuning argument is a very, very, very new argument. It did not exist more than 100 years ago, right? Why is it a new argument? It's because we found certain things in nature that we are able to mathematically calculate. And we found them to be so precise that even some new physicists who are atheists were kind of like stumped by it, okay? So let me give you an idea, because some of you may be saying, hang on, what does that really mean? If I drop this thing, where will it go? Down. If I drop this in Dubai, where will it go? Down. If I drop this in Pakistan, where will it go? Down, right? Now, what is the force responsible for keeping it down? Gravity. MashaAllah, very good. Everyone knows their STEM sciences, very good. So, right, now, this is gravity, okay? Now, in your high school books and university books, there is a number associated with gravity. What is that number? It's a number that we've calculated that shows how strong gravity is. Yes, 9.81 meters per second squared. Well done, very good. See, that's the number we've calculated. That was a good throw, he missed it, right? So, right. That is the number that we've been able to calculate, right? So that's a number that's applicable to our Earth. Similar to this, we've been able to find other numbers that are applicable to the entire universe that is very, very, very specific. And I'm going to show you examples of those. Is everyone with me so far? Yep, from here, you good? Everyone here good? Excellent. Okay. So, one second here. Right. I want you to look at this argument. Okay. This is how the argument is usually presented. First statement: the fine-tuning of the universe is either due to chance, brute fact, or designer. Okay. Let me first explain what that means. When you have design in front of you, you have to see what are the possible explanations that could explain it. One response is it was created by chance. Have you heard of this reasoning before? The universe was created by chance. That's one option. The other option is it was a brute fact. It's just the way thing is. We don't need to explain it. It's just the way things are. This is known as a brute fact, or it's just the way things are. Does that make sense? Second option. Yeah. And the third option is designer. Okay. That's the third option. These are the only three viable explanations for design. Is everybody clear about that? From the sister side, you good? From the side, you good? Excellent. Okay. Let's look at premise number 2. It is not due to chance or brute fact. Therefore, it is due to designer. In other words, you are doing the job of a detective. Okay? You have a murder scene in front of you. You have 3 candidates, right? 3 candidates. How can you know that one candidate is the more likely person? What are you looking for in the crime scene? Who can tell me? Give me one instance. What do you look for in a crime scene? Huh? Clues. MashaAllah, very good. What kind of clues? Then he stops. So clues and then he stops. Yes, yes. Huh? Fingerprints. Very good. What else are you looking for? Yes. Alibis, good. I never had alibis. Good, good, good. What else are you looking for? So you got fingerprints, alibis. What else? Yes. DNA. Very good. Good job. Good catch. Very good. Yes. Huh? Who said the footprints? Well done. Good job. Footprints. Good job. Very good. So, sorry? Yeah, run each of their story. Very, very good. See if they're being consistent. Good job. Excellent. Sorry. Okay. Right. So now, if you take all those clues, and they all point towards one person, that means you have a very good likelihood that this person committed the murder and not the other 2. Right? This is what you're doing in this argument. This is what you're doing. You're setting up all the possible options and you're narrowing down to one. This is known in philosophy as abduction. Another name for it is inference to the best explanation. Right? If you want to know it in Arabic, as-sabr wa taqsim. That's what it is. As-sabr wa taqsim. You lay out the options and you narrow it down to one thing. Okay? So, what is the fine-tuning? What are the examples? I am going to share 3 scientific examples with you today. These are the gravitational constant, the proton-electron mass correlations, and the weak-strong correlations. Okay, before we go through these examples, we need to review some science. Let me go to the brothers first. Who here can tell me, first question, raise your hand. How many fundamental forces of nature are there? How many fundamental forces of nature are there? Who can tell me? Sorry? Is that 100%? Yeah? Very good. 4 forces of nature. Very good. Here's your candy. Good job. Okay. Now, from the brothers, not this brother, give me 2 of those forces. Yes? Strong and weak force. Very, very good. Those are 2 fundamental forces of nature. You ready? Good. Okay. Oh, sorry. That was my bad. That was my bad. From the sister side, what are the other 2 forces? Does anyone know? There are 2 forces of nature, which they've mentioned, strong and weak. There are 2 more. Anyone know? Nope. I don't see it. Yes? Sir, push and pull is not a fundamental force. I mean, it's a good guess, but it's not the correct forces. No. Yes? Yes. Very good. Excellent. Good job. Very good. Right. Good, good. So there are 4 fundamental forces of nature. Gravity, electromagnetism. So electromagnetism is how when you click a control, the TV turns on. That's electromagnetism. Strong and weak force are forces within the atom. Okay? Now, here's another question. Yes? You can, for now, yes, you can take it that way. For now, for the sake of this argument, yes, you can take it. Okay? Now, the second thing we need to clarify. So we've established 4 forces of nature: strong, weak, gravity, electromagnetism. Here's now a question for the sisters. The atom is made up of 3 things. What are those 3 things? Yes, sister with it. Very good, mashallah, very good. Here, you got it. Okay, Hershey's. You ready? Okay. Okay, here you go. Here you go. That was a light throw. Okay. Right. So electrons, protons, and neutrons. That's all you need. That's all you need to understand these 3 perspectives. Okay? Now, let's look at the first one. Gravity is a force that is applicable to the entire universe. So there's gravity between us, there's gravity between objects all across the universe. Planets, stars, neutrinos, everything. Okay? Now, this gravitational force is very, very specific. Okay? It is to the measure of 1 over 36 zeros. So I want you to imagine this. I want you to imagine this, right? Because that's a number that you may not comprehend. Okay? Now, imagine I have 10 buckets in front of me. And I ask you, there's only 1 bucket which has the golden prize. Okay? The golden prize. I want from 100 meters for you to throw this ball in that golden bucket. Easy or hard? Medium. It's possible. Okay? Now, extend the bucket list. You now have it being 20 buckets. Easier or more difficult? Slightly more difficult. If you increase the buckets to 36, easier or difficult? Difficult. It becomes more and more difficult as you push the line down, basically. The same way, this number is so finely tuned that if you shift it slightly by 1 up or below, the universe as we know it would not exist. If you increase the value of gravity by that much, so if you increase it just by that much, the gravity would be so strong, then you and I wouldn't exist. The universe would only allow things like bacteria and viruses, a world filled with beautiful COVID-19. Right? That'd be it. If the universe was weaker, if the gravitational force was slightly weaker, it would entail that the planets would be not connected strongly enough and there'd be no life in the entire universe. So we are exactly in this golden lucky spot that just seems to be perfect, that allows all life to exist. Does that make sense, everyone? Is that clear? Yeah, everyone happy with that? Okay, very, very good. So you need to remember these because you're going to be put into your discussion groups soon. Okay? Second, this is to do with proton and electron correlations. So we talked about the 3 things. I think you got it right, yeah? So protons and electrons need to have a specific correlation. You see that graph on the right-hand side? That graph has two colors, gray and white. The gray region is if the value of this correlation, it's a mathematical correlation, if it was in that gray space, if anywhere in that gray space, the atom as we know it would not exist. But what is that? Whoa, we're talking about God, astaghfirullah, and we have thunder now, subhanallah. See, use this for the atheists. So right, okay, right. So let me come back to the point. Right. So that entire thing, which is gray, is the range of instability. That means if any of the values are in that range, the atom as we know it would cease to exist. Now, if there are no atoms, there's a very famous table in chemistry. What is that called? Periodic table, right? No periodic table, no elements. No elements, no planets. No planets, no life. Does anyone see that? So if you are in that gray region, life as you know it would cease to exist. Okay? Now we happen to be in the part of the region where it is white, where there is stability. Do you guys see that black dot? That black dot there? That is the value of this correlation in our universe. That is that value. Now, I want one person here. What do you think if you were to find a percentage of that white region, the region of stability? What is the percentage of that with respect to the entire graph? Give me a number. Somebody shout a number. 5%. From the sister side, how much? 5%, 10%, 7%? How much do you think? 3%? Okay, so we have 5 and 3. Average is 4%. Okay? Is that impressive? Yes or no? But we just happen to be in that 4% region. Now, this graph is incomplete. The full graph is as follows. The x-axis is 4 kilometers up. The y-axis is, the y-axis is 4 kilometers up. The x-axis is 4 kilometers wide. And that region does not change size. It is as is. That entire graph is unstable except for that white triangle. Now what is the percentage of that? 0.00000 something. Last thing. Okay, before I move on to the last thing, okay? Here we need to appreciate two kinds of graphs. Do you guys see at the bottom, it goes 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, right? It's going up by an increment, a fixed increment. In this case, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. What is the name of such a graph in mathematics? Anyone know? We have a lot of STEM people here. What is the name of this kind of graph? Anyone know? This is called a linear graph. It's called a linear graph. Okay? Now, the reason why I'm saying this is because I want you to compare this graph right here. Look at the x-axis. Look at the x-axis. You have 0.01. Then you have 0.1. Then you have 1, 10. Is this adding? Are you adding here? Nope. What are you doing here? You're multiplying by 10. This is called a logarithmic graph or an exponential graph, right? Now, why do mathematicians or physicists sometimes use this graph? Because if you translated this into a linear graph, like the previous one, it would be the size of the universe. It would just be so long. That's why you condense it by putting it in this form. Does that make sense, everyone? Is everyone clear about that? Okay. Now here, we're looking at the correlation between the two forces that you mentioned, the weak and the strong force. Okay? That entire plane is the period of instability, except for that little dot that you see there. That is the only place in which you have stability for us to exist. That little tiny dot. Does everyone see that? Yeah? What is the percentage of that? Something ridiculously low, 0.0003 something. How many of you are impressed? Hands up. How many are like, not really? How many of you are like, I don't know? Hands up. Okay. So what I want you to do is I'm going to give you 5 minutes, sit in your groups and discuss what do those numbers make you feel? Do you think it's a strong argument that this is showing incredible design? Or do you think it's a poor argument? You have 5 minutes and then we'll conclude the session. Go ahead. Yes? We'll get to that. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. But just have a discussion. So sort yourselves out in your groups and then yeah, you can do that, Jamal. You can do that for them. Just put them in groups. Sorry? We can be on a team, bro. We can be on a team. Do you have any questions? I'm not going to give you that. That was good. I like that. All right, guys, let's come back in. All right, okay. So, I've given you 3 examples, right, that shows you the universe seems to be very, very finely tuned, okay, to a ridiculous degree, okay? All of these numbers were determined just in the past 70 years. Go back 100 years, we did not know any of this. We did not know any of this. These are very, very new findings, okay? Now, I would like to put this argument in the form of an analogy that some of you may be able to appreciate even better. Hands up if you've played Scrabble. Hands up if you don't know what Scrabble is, if you've never heard of that term. Okay. Scrabble is a game from my generation, so maybe you may not have known this, but it's a game where you have a board and you have tiles. So you have like these squares on the board, and you have these tiles with letters on them, and you make words. Anyone remember that 20 years ago, 30 years ago? Big thing, yes? Good. So that's the game, okay? Now, in that game, you have a bag filled with all the letters, right? Now, here's what I want you to imagine. Imagine you're in front of me, standing there, and I put a blindfold on you, so you cannot see. I have the bag, and I tilt it upside down. And all the letters come out. You can hear them falling on the floor. I ask you, take off your blindfold. You see the mess on the mosque floor, right? Now, you happen to see the letter C-A-T close together. What is that word? Cat, subhanAllah, so smart, MIT. Good stuff. Right, so cat, the letter cat, right? Now, could that have happened by chance? Yes or no? It's possible, maybe one fluke, but it's possible. Repeat the experiment. You hear the letters falling on the floor, and you open up your blindfold. Now you see the words you see the letters W-A-T-C-H. What is that? Watch. Now, is that more likely by chance, or am I playing with the letters while you're blindfolded? Perhaps this is not becoming more likely. Repeat the experiment. You hear the letters, take your blindfold off. You see the word intelligence. Now, do you associate with chance or with me playing with the letters? Me. As that word gets longer and longer and longer, you will attribute it less to chance and more to design. Yani agency, intelligence. Okay? Using this as an analogy, let's come to the argument. The universe, as I've demonstrated through 3 examples. Remember, there are 20 examples in total. There are 20 different constants. I haven't shown you all of them. Using those 3, we come to the argument. This hyper-tuning of the universe, is it due to chance? Is it due to brute fact? It's just the brute fact of nature? Or is it due to a designer? Hands up for you personally. How many of you were convinced that this is by a designer? Hands up. Good. Hands up if you remain unconvinced. And it's okay to say, I don't know. I'm unconvinced. I'm unconvinced by this argument. All right? Now, what are the potential criticisms that you can make? I'll let you speak because you wanted to make that first point. You said there was a problem with this argument, right? What was the objection that you raised? Right. Okay. Very good. Okay. So we'll come to that point. Okay. Let me then go to this. So the brother has raised a good point, right? Do you know Zakir Naik? Do you guys know Zakir Naik, the famous? Yeah. So whenever somebody asks a good question, he said the brother's asked a very good question. So so I'm trying to avoid saying that because I get primed by that. Right. Let me walk you through some of the criticisms. Okay. Let me walk you through some of the criticisms. Number one. Just because we've reached a designer, does that necessarily mean that you have reached God? No, right? Let me give you an example. Let me give you an analogy. Let's say I present a very beautiful table in front of you. Yeah, a very beautiful table. That table you all recognize had a carpenter. Yeah, everyone agree with that? Yeah. But just by analyzing the table, can you determine that it was specifically me who did it? No. You know somebody did it. You know there's a designer of the table, but who is the designer is open. Does everyone get that? So one of the problems of the design argument is it does not get you to God. Is that clear? Thumbs up. Okay. Yes. Good. Number two, because of the nature of the argument, it is not 100% bulletproof, which is what you were coming to, right? These kinds of arguments, abduction, right, is not based on 100. Did you have a question for me? Yeah, it's one on the previous line here. So this one, yeah. So you want me to read which part? Oh, so the argument is we've looked at various examples of fine-tuning in the universe, right? Those are the three examples that we looked at. And then you have to come across, you have to understand that there are three plausible explanations for that design, that hyper-tuning that we see. Yeah. One is chance, it was created by chance. One is it's a brute fact of reality. It doesn't need an explanation. It's just the way things are, or a designer. And we're trying to understand what is the more likely explanation. That was it. Okay? Is that clear? Okay, good. So, the second criticism of this argument is that it is not 100% bulletproof. Yes, sorry, you had a question? Oh, okay. So here's the thing, right? I want you to imagine this, right? Is it possible that an alien could have designed the universe? An alien in the multiverse. Is that a possibility, yes or no? Hang on. When you say no. Wait. When you say no, think about that carefully, right? We live in a universe where there's a big bang. Well, it's louder than that, but there's a big bang and 14 billion years pass. And we see this entire hyper-tuning in the universe, okay? Do any of you know what is behind the Big Bang? No. We know God is there, right? But could it be something else as well? Could an angel have created the universe? Yes or no? Yes or no? Could he have created? I want you to think about it. Is there any contradiction between an angel creating the universe? Yes or no? There's no contradiction. It's possible. So think about this. Hang on. You're saying no. Why are you saying no? No is not an answer. Why do you believe that's the case? I'm not denying your belief in Allah. Believe in Allah, mashallah, very good. Sure. Okay. So there are angels responsible for certain phenomena in nature, right? Like clouds. We also know that there are angels responsible for the Day of Judgment, right? Could there be angels responsible for creating the universe? Yes or no? Why do you say no? Is it possible? Let me put it this way, right? If we want to say something is impossible, that means there's a contradiction in terms. Okay? Let me give an example of a contradiction. Can something be completely black and white at the same time? No. Something in your brain faults, right? Now I want you to imagine, right? Can the universe be created by an angel? Yes or no? Is there any contradiction in your mind of that idea? No. It's a possibility, right? Yes. Sure. So here's the thing. Good, very good. You are still using scripture as a basis. I am telling you to use your reason at the moment, right? I am saying, so imagine this. Good. This is good pushback. Imagine I'm an atheist, right? You say all of this to me. You say all these arguments to me. I come to you, okay, you've just assumed the designer is God. How did you get from designer to God? It could be an alien, could be an angel, could be a jinn. How did you get to God? You didn't tell me that. I'm showing you that you have made a leap from designer to God. Yeah. Just 1 second. Just 1 second. Can I just finish with her? Yeah, go ahead. Sure, sure. No, I was just using that as a point of reference. That was it, just to kind of show you there could be other things. Good, very good. Yes, you had a question, brother? Yep, yep, yep. Yep, yeah.
Because she is right. You can call him an angel, you can call him whatever you want. The issue is whether there is a creator.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the argument against the design, there could very well be a designer who is creator, but who does not have the other attributes.
Yes, 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 yeah.
Exactly. So there's no contradiction in terms.
Of course,
To say
of course.
that for it to be the designer, then he or it, the creator. That is, now, then we play the game of semantics. Could it be an angel? Could it be an alien? Could it be anything?
Sure.
It is God.
Yeah, sure.
Then you can call it angel, but it is God. It is the creator.
Sure, sure, sure.
But it doesn't, you have one of the main arguments, which is by David Hume, is that one, that it does not include the unity of God, but it is.
Yes, there could be multiple. Yes.
And the second, that it does not have the attributes of God, which we theists believe in and talk about.
Yes. Yeah, 100%. 100%. All I'm showing you are the criticisms. Very good. All I'm showing you are the criticisms. Number 3, right? Yes, sister? Yeah. For sure. How do you go from God? So, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Right? Mm-hmm. Good. Good, yeah. Sure. Sure. Sure, yeah, that is the argument. Yeah, no problem. Of course, believing in the creator is completely valid. I'm not denying that possibility. I'm just saying that how do you know that creator is God himself, who has, as the brother mentioned correctly, the properties of being one, omnipotent, omniscient. That is the leap that we're making. Do you see the point? Oh, no. So I was using the Big Bang just as an explanation. Maybe I didn't carry it. Yeah, my apologies. Yes, sister. Yes, yeah. That's all I'm doing. All I'm showing you are the arguments by the atheists. I'm not saying you stop believing in God. I'm just telling you to understand what the arguments are. That's what I'm saying. So just to be clear, I'm not an atheist, by the way. I am a Muslim. Just to clarify that. Yes.
This is very important because these are the kind of arguments which everybody will face.
Yeah.
We have to understand as Muslims that this is not about what you believe.
Yeah.
It's about how do you address this question.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody who does not
Yes.
even believe in this concept
Yeah.
and is not going to take any argument or any proof from a theological perspective.
Yeah.
They have to come from more of a
Reasoned.
life
Yeah.
reasoning perspective.
Yeah.
You may or may not keep them there.
Yeah.
But you have to be aware of your thought process.
Yes, very good, very good. Thank you for clarifying that for me. I was wondering, was this guy an atheist, creeping atheism? Yes, that's yes, go ahead. Automatically. Yeah. Yeah. Sure. Yep. Good. Yep. Very good. The reason Yes, that's the reason why contingency at the end. Yes, did you raise your hands? Yeah.
Islam, the argument of creator, design, is necessary but not sufficient. Because the Quran says, and you ask them who created, the heavens and the earth.
Yep.
They say Allah.
Yep.
But they do not go to the next step.
Yeah.
They do not go to the step of the creator as a Lord.
Yes.
So that is the lane that the atheists miss.
Yes.
The relationship between us and the creator. So it is a necessary, not sufficient.
Good. Very good. So let me put it to you this way, right? The atheist believes that there is no creator of the universe. Even if we get to a designer, which may not necessarily be God, okay, may not necessarily be God, but has that at the very least undermined atheism? Yes. And that's the point to take. At the very least, it has undermined atheism. The brother there, did you raise your hand? Yes, yeah. Yep. Yes, exactly. Yeah, exactly. As he mentioned, we get to a specific trait, but we don't get to a sufficient explanation of God. Very good. Excellent. Okay, good. Now, so point number 4, let me use the table analogy again, right? If you're analyzing the table, you know there must be at least one designer of the table, right? But there could also be 2, 3, or 4. You cannot determine how many designers just by analyzing the table. At the very least, there must be one. At the very least, you can definitely be sure of that. But there could be more than one as well. So the atheist could come to you and say, well, hang on. You say God, Allah. Kata again. Where did you go, right? So it could be that there's 2, 3. How do you narrow it down? Just one second. I'll get back to you. And then finally, number 5. Have any of you heard of something called God of the Gaps fallacy? Have you guys heard of that? No? Okay, some of you have. So the God of the Gaps fallacy is a very simple idea. Let's go back, 3,000 years ago in primitive societies, okay? What did people associate thundering and lightning with back in the day? What did they associate that with? That God is angry, right? That God is angry. That was the immediate explanation back in those times. Now we know physics and chemistry play a role into that. We can explain that. God of the gaps is simply the idea we currently don't have a scientific explanation. You've just plugged God in there. That's known as the God of the gaps. Is that a good move to have? Yes or no? Muslims. No, because if we find a scientific explanation later on, that can undermine your argument now. You see the point? Right. So these are 5 criticisms that are directed against the design argument. Now, what I'd like you to do, either on a paper or your mobile or whatever, is I want you to give this a score out of 10, this argument. Okay? Now that you've seen the criticisms, I want you to think, how strong is this argument? Is it a 10 out of 10, really strong? Is it 5 out of 10? Or it's really bad, 1 out of 10? I'll give you 2 minutes to talk about it. Go ahead. Talk in your groups. 2 minutes. Have a chat. Guys, just to be clear, so you should come up with two numbers. The first number is, how strong is this argument for you personally? And the second is, how strong would this be an argument for a skeptic atheist? So two numbers out of 10, okay? Out of 10. All right, guys, let's reel it in. Okay, so you've seen one version of a design argument. There are many versions for design. This is just one of them, right? Now, I just want a few people to tell me what they feel about this argument, both for them personally, how strong this is for you, and how strong you might think it be to convince someone there is a God, right? There is a God. I'll start from the sister side. Anyone want to share their responses? Yes? Yep. Okay, here. You can. It's all right.
Necessary. I said that like just to convince someone that atheism is wrong is a pretty good argument, but to convince someone that there is like one specific God, it's not the best argument.
So what would be your score?
I would say for me like 8 out of 10.
Okay.
For the atheist, like 6 out of 10.
Okay, good. Very, very good. Thank you. All right. Anyone else from the sister side want to share their responses? Yes.
So, first of all, I'm not Muslim. So, this is interesting. Huh? But I've had this argument with people before, and to me, as my belief, I'm at a 7. Okay. When I have this argument trying to create a designer, then what I just create a doubt. And if they have any doubt, then that would be a chance for me to come in and say, now tell me how you feel. And that becomes more, not an argument, but then we study and we think and we talk. And that's how I think. Sister had a good thing here. Why you pointing to me?
So my faith is really strong. I just because I think of it logically. We did not create ourselves, and we did not appoint when we was coming on this earth or when we leave. So that in itself for me is enough. But to talk to an atheist, I don't think it's enough information for them to say, because they could say, oh yeah, there is a creator, but they would not associate it with God. So my score for me is a 10, but for an atheist, I would say it would be a 3, because it's not enough.
Thank you both for sharing. Did anyone else want to share? Yes.
Assalamu alaikum. The score for me would be 4. Yes, because for me, in terms of success, my success with an atheist, I'll be able to convince him or her that there is a creator, but I will not be able to elevate that creator to the point of God. which is a master-subordinate relationship. For the atheist, I think it would be 2 just because of the point from which they're coming. Like for them, they're coming from a 0. It would be a lot harder. They would say, oh yeah, sure, there's an architect, there's a designer. So what? How do you prove or convince me that this person has control over me?
Very much. Okay, from the guys. Anyone want to share from the guys? The score from the guys. You want to share? Did you raise your hand? Yeah.
So for me personally, I think because I am able to accept the scriptures and the prophets and everything that we've learned from them throughout history, I'm able to learn about the attributes of Allah and accept that, that He is one. So for me personally, this argument is like an 8 out of 10, 9 out of 10. It gets me almost all the way there. But I think that for proving to someone who is an absolute skeptic that there is only one God and that He has all of these attributes, this argument doesn't answer any of those questions, because it's still open to many other religions that are polytheistic, for example, or, so I think for proving that there is, one God, Allah, who has all of these attributes and has prophets and angels and scriptures, I think this argument is like a 0 out of 10. All it does is it gets you to understand that there is a creator. But like we said, it could be multiple creators. It doesn't have to be, yeah.
Your personal score? 8-9.
8-9, yeah.
All right, good. Okay, very good. Anybody else want to share from? Yes, go ahead. Yeah.
In my honest opinion, my faith is strong. So the argument is like an 8-9, maybe a 10. But for a skeptic, it depends on his personality, his background. So it can go anywhere from like a 0 to like a 5, depending on how much they believe in themselves and like how their personality.
Love that answer. Very good. Anyone else want to share? Yes. Can you pass on the mic?
For the purpose of, what I'm going to speaker, the argument would serve to challenge the atheist's argument that science supports the assumption that there is no God. So the design argument would be a kind of a step towards saying that no. Because the problem with atheism, which is scientism, they call it, there's a difference between science and scientism, is that science leads us to believe that there's no God. The design argument to challenge this, because what the atheists claim, and it is logically a kind of a silly claim, is they are trying to prove the negative. You cannot prove the non-existence of something based on the existence of other things, which is they use scientific data to say therefore, and the design arguments helps. That's what I said, it is necessary, but it's not sufficient. It helps to undermine the case of the atheists who use the scientific data, the fine-tuning data, to prove the non-existence of something, and that's in logic something that is, that's silly to say the least. So that's good in that aspect. It undermines the case of the use of science against, one of the attributes of God, which is being the creator.
Yes. Yep.
So before I give scores for the argument, the methodology I thought of the argument was, what's the conclusion of the argument? And the conclusion that I would want is that Allah is the only God. And I feel like this argument doesn't quite reach that conclusion. So for me personally, the argument isn't really meaningful. So I gave it a 1. And then for the atheist, the idea that there is no designer, this argument's a pretty strong argument that there probably is a designer. So I'd give a 10 for the atheist.
Oh, very, very good. Did you wanna share something? No.
Very brief.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead. Sorry.
Jealous of the beard over here, but I think one of the main points that keeps me from converting is that what is the point of humans if humans are the only ones to be able to contemplate this notion, right? And you could trace back humans for hundreds of thousands of years, but then what's the point of everything before then, right? What would be the point if Allah is the main creator? What would be the point of all of the years before written human history and stuff like that? So in the terms of this argument, I don't know, I'd say a 4 and a 6, but I have many questions. So I'm glad I'm here.
Very good. Very good. So I'm very happy that we have a mixed audience here. This is very good. In most of my classes, I sit down with atheists, Jews, Christians, Muslims, and it leads to a very nice conversation space like this. The intention behind these two presentations thus far is just to give an exposure to the various kinds of arguments that exist. My own personal opinion is some arguments work really effectively for some people. Those same arguments work really poorly for some people, right? That's one thing. The other thing is, right now we're working with the assumption, or rather this whole course is working with the assumption that reason is the only way to get to God, right? When there might be more than that, right? There's a qualitative aspect to that. So we'll take a break here. We're going to take a break, about 50 minutes or so. We'll then get into the last presentation, which is to do with the contingency argument, also known as Dalil Imkan, right? That will hopefully then maybe give you a comparative to work with. Spin around, walk around, stretch your legs. We are going to get food, pizza. What is it? 5:30? After Asr, about 5 o'clock. The next argument is a little bit brain heavy. So please do fuel up. We'll meet at half past. All right? Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much, guys. We'll take a break. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Just a quick point. Remember, relax. Break is not ending. But if you are interested in following up with reading, starting from the left is the easiest book on design arguments, and as you move towards the right, they get a bit more dense and complicated. So if you are interested in further follow-ups, those are good books to get. All right. So that's just there for your reference. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. It's past. Let's buckle up for the last presentation, inshallah. All right, okay. So we've had a very interesting set of responses from everyone. And I do want to mention, again from the beginning, I am encouraging you to think about these things on your own feet, right? Don't just assume that what I'm saying is automatically correct. Question, think, and reflect, right? Now, in the first presentation, I provided a problem statement of new atheism. I mentioned how new atheism is raising interesting challenges. One of them being the relationship between God and science. In the second presentation, we looked at one version of the design argument, specifically known as the fine-tuning argument. If you go up and read, you will find that there are many versions of the design argument. This is one of them. The only reason why I shared it here is because I wanted to show you that science can play potentially an important role in some of these setups. Right? Now we're going to look at an argument that's a bit more philosophical. Okay? And this is a very famous argument that you study in philosophy of religion, as well as in classes of creed or aqidah, right? In Arabic, it's known as Dalil Imkan, right? Or Burhan al-Imkan. There's a few things that I want to cover. The first thing I want to do is go over a few introductory remarks, okay? This argument has two steps. One, going from a contingent thing to a necessary being. And the second one is to go from a necessary being to God. Okay? We will have a break after we finish part 2 of the argument. We'll have some, what is it, pizza, burger? What is it? Pizza, right. So we're having pizza, okay? We'll pre-asr, have pizza, and then we'll come back for the last part, which is the application of the contingency argument. Everyone happy with that plan? All good? Yeah? Excellent. Right. In order to get this argument off the ground, we need to start understanding two terms. What is possible and what is impossible. Okay? Now, I want everyone to get out a piece of paper and a pen. I want everyone to get out a piece of paper and a pen. Jamali, do you have the infrastructure? Okay, right. Right. For those of you who don't have a piece of a paper or a pen, use your mobile phone. Oh, okay. Does anyone have a spare piece of paper? Oh, yeah, if you can kindly give her one, I'd appreciate it. Right. So use your mobile phone, right? And use your pen and paper if you have that. Okay. I am going to present 12 questions to you on the screen. 6 in the first, 6 in the second. All I want you to answer is it possible, yes or no? That's all I want you to do. And I want you to write these down for yourself. Don't shout them out loud, just write them down. Okay? Right. Number 1. Can 1 plus 1 equal 3? Right? Astaghfirullah. Write them down, Habibi. Don't just say it out loud. Write them down. Okay. So, right. Number 2. Can I live without eating any food? So nothing is coming in my body for a whole year. Yes or no? Number 3, can I, without any technological addition to myself, fly at will? Just by thinking about it, can I fly? Yes or no? Number 4, I'm wearing, what color would you say that is? Blue? Yeah? I'm wearing navy blue. So this is a navy blue shirt. Could I be wearing a different shirt today? Yes or no? Is that possible? Number 5, Can I be taller? So I am gifted with 165 meters as my centimeters as my height. Could I be taller? Yes or no? Some of my students crudely say never. It's impossible. Right? 6. Whatever is left of my hair, can I have a different hair color? Yes or no? As a possibility. As a possibility. Right, yeah. Right. Everyone okay with the first 6? All good? Okay. Number 7. Can the solar system be different? Is it possible? Let me ask a question. How many planets are there in our solar system? How many? Why are you hesitating? She's like, hesitate. How many are there? Yes? Not 7. 8. Very good. There are 8. How many planets were there? 9. Pluto, unfortunately, was divorced. We did talaq to Pluto, it's gone. It's off, right? So we divorced Pluto. We now live in a solar system in which there are 8 planets. You got it. Oh, I'm so sorry. Bad throw. Okay, good. All right. 8. We live in a universe where we have things like gravity, electromagnetism, strong and weak force. Can the laws of nature be different than what they are? Yes or no? Okay. Question number 9. Human beings, we have a specific anatomy, right? We have 1 head and 4 limbs, 2 arms, 2 legs. Could we have been shaped differently? Yes or no? What's up? Did you have a question? Oh, you're supposed to write these down. Okay, right, okay, yeah. Okay. Yes? Just whatever comes to your mind. 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 Okay. Number 10. Imagine I point at the moon with my finger. Can the moon split and come back together again? Yes or no? Is that possible? Huh? Okay, you do it, bro. Whatever, whoever, just by pointing at the moon, is that possible? Yes or no? Okay? All right. Okay. Question 11. If I have a staff, a solid staff made out of wood or whatever, could it turn into a snake and back again? Yay or nay? All right. Question number 12. Can I turn into a dragon and back in 1 second? Yes or no? Okay. Right. Okay. So, how many of you felt some of these were tricky? Hands up if you feel some of these were tricky questions. A few of you. Okay. Right. Now, what I want you to do is just shout out your answer. Okay? All of you together for each one by one. All right? Number 1, can 1 + 1 = 3? You said yes. Astaghfirullah. Why yes? What do you mean it depends on the group? La. Okay. So, okay.
In maths, depends on what kind of math.
Okay. 2 things. 1 and 1. Can it ever be more than 2?
How you define one?
One entity, Habibi, and 1 entity here. So what? How many do you see?
Scientifically,
Yes?
we can.
What do you mean scientific? What is this? Okay. 1,
Abstract.
even abstract numbers. 1 thing plus 1 thing is how many things?
That's a Euclidean math.
Okay, forget Habibi Euclidean. Even in Euclidean we can go, but let's say Euclidean. We're in a Euclidean. 1 + 1 is equal to 2. Okay? Right. Okay, good. Number 2. Is it possible for someone to live without eating any food for a year? So we had some saying yes, some saying no, right? Okay, so that's interesting. Okay, good. Number 3. So, just by me thinking, could I fly at will? All of you are saying no. Okay. All right. Who said yes? Anyone said yes? Okay. You think it's possible? Okay. Yeah, you think it's possible. Okay. So so see, good. This is good. This is good. Very, very good. You think it's possible? This one you say isn't possible? Astaghfirullah al-azim. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Number 4. Could I wear a different colored shirt? Yes. Very good. Number 5. There's only one answer to this question. Could I be taller? Yes or no? Yes. Very good. Okay. No cruel responses. Right. Right. Number 6. Can I have a different hair color? Yep. Very good. Okay. So there's uniformity in some responses, and there's lack of uniformity in others. Okay. Number 7. We live in a solar system that's arranged in a particular way with 8 planets, with the sun in the middle. Could the solar system be different? Some say no, some say yes. Okay, so we have a difference here. They have a difference here. Okay, good. All right. Number 8. We live in a universe where there are 4 fundamental forces of nature. Could we imagine a universe with different laws of nature? Anyone saying no? Anyone saying no? Okay, good. Okay, good. Number 9. Humans have this particular anatomy, right? Could humans have a different anatomy? Yes or no? Yes. Okay, everyone's saying yes. Okay. Anyone said no? Did you say no? Okay, well, you said no. Okay, that's fine. All right, good. Number 10. Number 10. If you or me point at the moon, right? Could it split and come back? Is that possible? How many of you say yes? Oh, a few of you say yes. Okay, good. All right, good. Somebody thinks they're Neo from the Matrix. Right, okay. Number 11. If I hold a staff in front of me, could it turn into a snake? Oh, difference of opinions here. All right. Last one. Okay, last one. How many of you believe that I can turn to a dragon and come back again? Yes? Hands up if you say yes. Hands up if you say no. Okay, very good. Okay, no. Okay, so assuredly, no, it's impossible. Okay. Now, why are people disagreeing on some answers or some questions? That's the thing. That is stimulating an interesting point here. Here, because we're encountering 2 different kinds of possibilities. There are 2 different kinds. There is, on the one hand, logical possibilities, and then on the other, scientific possibilities. Logical possibilities are to do with the grammatical functions of the mind. For example, you please be quiet, right? So I want you to imagine, can something be completely black and white at the same time? No, something in your brain stops working, right? Because that is a contradiction, right? That is a contradiction of terms, right? Another example, can the half of something be bigger than the whole of something? No, it's a contradiction in terms. So there are things that are logically contradictory. Everyone with me so far? Yep, all good? Yes, you're with me? This is mantiq, habibi, okay? Basic mantiq. Yes, yes. Yep. We'll get to scientific in a second. Okay, so is everyone clear? Yeah, everyone clear? Okay. Now, scientific possibilities are those things that can only be possible based on what we know of the world, right? Through our scientific information. Okay, scientific data. Whoever said that? Who said that? Who said that? Very good. Okay, mashallah, very good. We want to be very specific here. Data. Right. Now, scientifically, can I fly at will just by thinking about it? No, that's not possible. But is it logically possible? Can you conceive of me flying? Can we put in a video? Can we come up with an animation? Yes. It is logically possible, but scientifically impossible. Yes. Huh? No, I said without technological intervention, just me thinking about it, right? So what I want you to just imagine, can you imagine a clip in your mind of me just flying without any technology? You can imagine it. It's possible in your head, right? You can imagine it as an animation. Yes. Yeah. No. I am not denying that. What I'm asking you simply, in your mind, can you play a movie where I'm just going up? Can you play that in your mind? It's possible. So that's logically possible, right? Now, let me ask you another question, okay? Scientifically, is it possible for me to convert into a dragon and back again? No. Science does not allow that possibility yet, as of yet. Because I would like to do that one day if possible. But that is not yet possible. Logically, can you imagine me transforming into a dragon and back again? It's logically possible. Like a movie. Don't you watch Pokemon? Gotta catch them all, right? So that's possible here, right? Is everyone clear? Are you not clear? What? I did not ask about what is possible. I'm just asking, are you clear about the difference between the two? Why is there a problem? Yes. Of course, and that's the point. That's why I said earlier, there are different kinds of possibilities. There are things that are logically possible. That's a different set. And there are things that are scientifically possible. That's all I want you to acknowledge at the moment. You've acknowledged that? Okay. All right, okay, right? Yes.
Anything that you can imagine and does not lead to a contradiction is logically possible. For example, you cannot imagine a triangle without three sides. Right? Logically impossible. Anything that you can imagine in your head for it to happen, but it does not lead to a contradiction. It's not saying that it will happen. It's that it is possible from a logical point of view. But it may be improbable. It is unlikely to happen from a scientific point of view. So that's the difference now.
Is that clear? Yeah? Okay, let me ask you a question. Can you think of a square that has three sides? That's not a square. It's a contradiction, right? If somebody said that, right? That means in your mind, that's not a possibility. But if I said, can you imagine four squares with different colors? Is that possible? It's possible. It's a logical possibility. Does that make sense? Yeah? Is everyone clear about the difference between two? Yes? George or Greg? Greg, yes?
I think logical has a clear definition. And I think you can just get rid of the word logical in general. Is something possible? Yeah.
Right. I'm using words in philosophy. That's the specific word.
Yeah. The logical has a clear definition.
Yeah.
You say one would be possible in general.
Yeah.
Versus a scientific or logical possibility. I think scientific.
Right, but okay. So here's the point. Okay, good, very good. Now that we've understood, there is a clear distinction between logical and scientific. Now what I want to do is understand the relationship between the two. Okay? If we want to say something is scientifically possible, does it have to be logically possible? Yes, you must be able to conceive it. Right? If I want to know gravity is possible, I have the idea in my head, then I should be able to test it. Is everything that is scientifically possible logically possible? Yes, it is. Everything that's scientific must be logical. Yeah, everything scientific must be logical. Is everything that is logical scientific? No. Yeah, sir, which was the point? Yeah, yeah. It must be in the realm of logical possibility, yeah. Sure. Quantum mechanics may be one of them, no problem, right? Is everyone clear about that distinction? Everyone happy about that? Yeah? Yes, Greg? What's that?
I think the scientific possibility should be a greater scope and the logic possibility should be smaller.
Why? Why do you say that? Good. Why do you say that?
Because if you want to prove something scientifically, it should be mathematically.
And mathematics is logically possible.
Potentially. So you have 5 axioms of mathematics, right? That you build off of.
Yep.
It may not be intuitive, it may not be logical in the general sense.
So I'm not using the word in the general sense. This is a precise meaning of philosophy. Logical possibility means anything that does not cause a contradiction of terms. Yes. Logical possibility is anything that does not cause a contradiction in terms. That's not my definition. That is the definition in philosophy. Okay? Right? Is everyone clear? Yeah? Yeah. Good. Very, very good. Okay. Now, this becomes the basis for the contingency argument. Okay? That's the reason why we went through this entire exercise. All right? Which is very good. It's interesting. Unfortunately, I need to explain to you 2 more terms. 2 more terms. Okay? I swear to God, once we start this, then we can get into the argument. Okay? But you can see it requires some prep work. If you can imagine something failing to exist or having another property, that means it's contingent. Now you may be asking, hang on, what do you mean it can fail to exist or be different? So remember you had logical possibility and scientific possibility? I want you to imagine, could this logically be something else? For example, I have the amazing height of 165. Can you imagine me being taller? Yeah, very good. Yes. You can imagine being taller, right? So that's a logical possibility, right? Could you imagine me being shorter? Yes, that means I am contingent. Can you imagine me not existing in this universe, me particularly? It's possible. I'm contingent. Is that clear? A necessary thing, however, it is impossible for it to be something else. Something is either contingent or necessary. Those are the only 2 categories. Does that make sense to everyone? Right? From the sister side, all good? Brother side, all good? Yes? Okay. I just want to make sure no one has a brain heart attack or something like that. Inshallah. Okay, good. Right, okay, good. So let's kind of recap, right? We talked about logical possibilities and we talked about scientific possibilities. Which one is the bigger set of possibilities? Logical. Which one is a subset? Scientific. If something can have another property or not exist, you can imagine it not existing. Is that a contingent or necessary being? If something cannot be other than what it is, that means it is a? Yeah. Now, to give you a clear example of a necessary being, 1 + 1, can it equal to 3? Let's go. Yeah, yes, yeah. Can it equal to, forget him, delete him of existence, right? So forget, right, okay, right. Can 1 + 1 equal to 3? No. Can 1 + 1 equal to 4? No, it's a logical contradiction. 1 + 1 must equal to 2. That is necessary. Okay. We have done now all the background work to start the argument. Okay. Now we can start the argument. This was a bit tolling. Would you like to have a break or would you like to continue? Okay, good. So we have warriors in this group. Great. Okay, now, so I'm going to choose people from the group now to answer this question. We'll start off with you. Number 1, I want you to tell me whether the thing is contingent or necessary. An apple, is that contingent or necessary?
Okay,
You can do tag if you want.
contingent.
Yes. Okay, good. An apple, can it have multiple colors? Yes. Can you imagine a universe without apples? Therefore contingent. Good. Somebody from the brother side. Yes, you champ. Very good. Right. Oh, you didn't think I'd choose you, did you think? Okay. Right. Human beings.
Contingent.
Very good. Give a round of applause. Well done. Very good. Okay. We'll come to you now. All right. Number 3, planets. Right? We are on planet Earth. Is it necessary or contingent? Think about the question. Can you imagine the Earth being in a different way? Can you imagine it out of existence?
Yeah.
So it's what?
Is necessary? No, contingent.
Very good. Round of applause. Good, good, good. Very good. Okay, somebody from here. Yes, you. Okay. You need to tell me the solar system, is it contingent or necessary?
Contingent.
Very good. Excellent. Round of applause. Good, 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 good. Okay. The universe as a whole. I'm going to choose you. Okay, yeah. So the universe, yeah. So we live on planet Earth, right? It happens to be the case that our planet Earth has oxygen, nitrogen, the land water ratio 30-70%. Could you imagine those properties to be different? No. Can you imagine the Earth having different ratios? 25-75. You can imagine, right? In your head. So it's contingent. I told you to imagine against the background of logical possibility. Right? Very good. So for you, the universe as a whole, we live in a universe that is 14.6 billion years old. Is the universe contingent or necessary?
Contingent.
Very good. Give a round of applause. Very good. Okay. Right. So we have come to the conclusion that the universe and all its constituents are what? Contingent. Now we can start the argument. Now we start the argument. Alhamdulillah, bismillah. Okay, so now, okay. All right, okay. So we have arrived at the point where we need to now think of what explains this contingency, right? There are 2 options on the table. Either it caused itself or it was caused by something else. Okay? There are the 2 options on the table. Did you have a question? No? Okay, right. Right. Let me ask you a question. Did any of you create yourself? So did you have a question? Did you have a question? Did you have a question for me? Okay, sure, okay, cool, okay, right. So, what did I just ask? I forgot, I lost. Yeah, so let me ask all of you. Did you create yourselves? Who created you? Okay, you jumping the conclusion. Immediately, where did you guys come from? Your mothers, right? You came from your mothers. Did your mothers create themselves? No, right? There must be something. Now, this contingent thing, can something cause itself? How many of you say yes? You think, Greg, yes. Why? How do you say? Why do you believe that's the case?
Something could create itself because there was an instance of the beginning.
Okay, imagine you creating yourself for a second.
No, it's meta. I'm not saying that I created myself.
Okay, sure. Whatever, a mobile phone, whatever. Okay. Even if you were to entertain that, hypothetically, right? Let's say you said the universe created itself. That means, I'm saying hypothetically, yes. Yeah. Now, that would mean the universe would have to both exist and non-exist simultaneously. Which, no, not recursive. It's a contradiction in terms. Yeah, but then that's not creating itself. That's just a recursive function. Something came into existence and then a recursive function started, which is not creating itself. Good point, though. I like that. Yep.
Non-exist is possible based on quantum fluctuation. They'll be exploring more. But as of today, yes, it cannot exist.
Quantum fluctuation has 6 interpretations at the moment, so I wouldn't go there. Yes, with that. Yeah. Yep.
amoeba which can split into two,
Sure.
right?
Sure.
Basically from
Sure.
their self-propagating,
Self-replicating.
right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, I think the deeper question is not about whether you can cause yourself, because that argument gets repeated in the big example of the amoeba.
Okay.
The bigger argument is, allow that split to happen.
Mhm.
What are the ingredients that are needed to do that? And then you actually have to build up the case to say, okay, what are the enzymes involved?
Right. So here, here, this is so. I wouldn't agree with that. Amoeba causing itself is it's that's not correct, because the question is, let's say there's a first amoeba, hypothetically, right? Can that first amoeba create itself? That's a contradiction. That's a contradiction. Yeah. Something can replicate itself. It can act recursively. I agree with that, but it cannot create itself and be existent at the same time. Yes. So we're not talking about beginning at the moment. I never talked about beginning. I'm saying, can something exist and not exist at the same time? That is the question. And that is a logical contradiction. And all of us, everybody in this room, whether you're Jew, Muslim, Christian, atheist, all of us work that contradictions do not hold power. Otherwise, you believe whatever you want. That's a common denominating principle that all of us use in every single aspect of our lives. Is that clear? Yeah? Right, good. Very good. Yes, Greg, yes. Okay, right, okay, good. Right, so by that, we've then come to the realization, that this thing cannot create itself. So it was caused by something else. Okay, it's caused by something else. Now the question is, that something else, is it contingent or is it necessary? Right? Now it could be contingent, no problem. In which case we apply the same question. Did it create itself or was it caused by something else? Does that make sense, everyone? Everyone with me so far? Yes, brother, yeah. I haven't said what the end point is yet. I'm just saying, is there a possibility of there being a contingent thing creating a contingent thing? That's all I said so far. Do you see an end there? No. Right. Now, can this go on and on and on and on? Can this go infinitely? Yes or no? How many of you say yes? How many of you say yes? So you say yes, you say yes, you say yes. Okay. How many of you say no? So a few people say no. Okay. This is where we get to an interesting space here. For those of you who say yes, infinitely, right? There are arguments against that this process cannot go infinitely forever. Precisely because it entails logical contradictions. Okay? So I'll give you one example. I'm not saying this is a bulletproof argument. I'm just giving you an example, right? Now, imagine if you have a hostage situation. No, actually, that's a bad example in a mosque. Okay, so, all right, okay. So imagine I have to, I have to come up with, I have to make a decision for an office, protocol, and I need to ask my boss, right? And that boss needs to ask his boss, and on and on and on. Will I ever get to that point of making that decision? No, right? That's one potential argument against the existence of infinities, right? Infinities are just mental operations, but they don't have actual reality. That's one example against infinities. Another argument is potentially as follows, right? In mathematics, what is infinity plus 1? Infinity. What is infinity plus 2? Infinity. What is infinity plus infinity? Infinity. What is infinity times infinity? Infinity. Does that have any logical coherence? Okay. So why would it have logical coherence?
There's an infinite amount of numbers.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, etc.
Yep.
Are there more numbers that exist between 1 and 2 to infinitum
Mm-hmm.
than the natural numbers.
Yeah.
So there's multiple levels of infinity.
Okay, but here, okay, so you're right. We're getting into now set theory, which is Cantor's ideas. Yeah, I get that. But there are even arguments against that, okay? So I'll give you one. I'm not saying this is bulletproof. I'm just giving you, yeah? So here's another argument. In Arabic, it's called burhan al-tatbiq, right? And this is a very interesting argument. Imagine all the natural numbers. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, to whatever, as far as you can go. They're known as natural numbers. Now, natural numbers contain both even numbers and odd numbers. They're both, okay? Now, imagine you call that set A. Okay, so that's set A, natural numbers. Now imagine set B, okay? Set B are just even numbers. So you have 2, 4, 6, 8. Now, imagine if you corresponded the first of each, the second of each, the third of each, right? So 1 here will correspond to 2 here. 2 here will correspond to 4 here. 3 here will correspond to 6, and on and on and on, right? Now, is the list of natural numbers bigger than the set of even numbers? Yes or no? Yes, it is. Natural numbers are more than even numbers. So one argument is, if you correspond them, you get a contradiction by saying they're both infinite. How does that make sense? Right? I'm not saying that fully just, but I'm saying that's an argument against Cantor's theorem. Yeah? Is everyone clear about that? For those reasons, infinities, even though they may make mathematical senses to some degree, abstractly, infinities cannot exist for those kinds of reasons that are presented here. Does that make sense to everyone? Is everyone clear about that? Yeah? Good. So there must be a stopping point, right? Sorry, say again? Oh, okay. Yeah. So there must be a stopping point. Now that stopping point, can it be a contingent entity? Yes or no? No. And here we get to the necessary being, right? You may say, well, maybe the necessary being could have been created by something else, in which case it is still a contingent being, right? Maybe it could have had different properties. Again, then you just shift the question back. It is just another contingent being. Is everyone with me so far? Does that make sense? Yeah? Good. Are you okay? Yeah, okay, good. Okay, good. Very good. Okay. Do you want a break? That was intense. I mean, I'm sweating as well. Do you guys want a break or you're good? Yes? Yeah. There's a whole field called philosophy of mathematics, which is it gets very interesting. Some philosophers say that infinities hold a lot of sense instrumentally in mathematics, but it has no existential import. It doesn't exist in reality. It's something you can play around with mathematically in your mind and in equations, but does not have a clear existential correlation. Yes? Yeah. Yeah. You can conceptually keep dividing things. Like, for example, this Kit Kat, I can keep dividing it mentally again and again and again and again ad infinitum, but it is still a finite thing, which means that infinity can act as like a vector, but doesn't have existential import. That's one potential. Yes? Yeah.
In physics, whenever we have an infinity, we have to get rid of it.
Yeah.
Plus, because denormalization.
Sure.
But basically, it's not a good thing because it doesn't exist. It doesn't make any sense to have. If your energy is infinity, there must be something wrong because the sequence, So it is just a synonymous when you say ad infinitum.
Sure.
Without end.
Sure.
It's not a number.
Yeah. Good. Did you have a question, Greg?
Yeah, I don't want to go too much of the time, but if you were to say that infinity is something that we just create, and that's something it's something that doesn't necessarily exist,
Yep.
we cannot necessarily prove
Yep.
that there is infinity, then what are the reasons for other things that are supernatural that we can?
I didn't go into supernatural yet. I didn't go into any supernatural
No,
stuff.
no, no, no.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, if you can't, if it's something that you can conceive of,
Yeah. We can even conceive of things that may make initial sense, right? Which is called a conception. But when you want to see if it makes sense, you evaluate that conception. Yeah. For example, if I ask you, can you conceive of something to be black and white? Now you understood what I said, but in your mind, that's a contradiction. You cannot think of something completely black and white at the same time.
it's black
But it's not both at the same time. Something can be completely black and completely white at the same time. Yeah.
so it's a conception.
That is a conception, and we've now made an ascent towards that. That conception cannot hold logically. So you have an idea of something, and then you have the evaluation of something. Good, good, very good. Now, here's one more thing. This may help you a little bit more, right? Let's say, for the sake of the argument, right? For the sake of the argument, let's say somebody said it's infinite. The chain is infinite. Let's say for the sake of the argument, okay? So you have contingent thing A, B, C, D to infinity, okay? Let's just say that's possible, right? Now somebody could say, okay, even if this were infinite, why does it have this particular arrangement and not another? So let me give you an example. Let's say we call the first contingent thing A, B, C, D, all the way to infinity, right? Imagine now another infinite series, B, C, D. Why that and why not this? Both are contingent. So even if it was infinite, that entire set is what? It is contingent, because you can think of it as having different properties. For those of you who want more concrete examples, a more concrete example, imagine an infinite number of books of Shakespeare, not Shakespeare, forget Shakespeare. Imagine, give me a genre, horror. I like horror. So imagine an infinite number of books of horror, right? In a library. You could ask, why does it have an infinite number of books of horror? Why not comedy? Why not action? Why horror? Both are still contingent. So it still requires an explanation. Does that make sense, everyone? All good? Yep. Good. Excellent. Okay. Man, you need to give me some bonus here, my sons. Right, okay. Right, good. All right, this is a good crowd. Okay, so we've done part one of the argument. We've gone from contingency to the necessary being. Is everybody clear about that? Does that make sense to everyone? Yeah? No. Sorry? Oh, because if there must be a finality, otherwise that thing is still contingent, right? And we argued against the possibility of infinites, right? With me so far? Good. Okay. Right. Now that we've arrived at this necessary being, okay, here is part two of the argument. When we say God, we usually have a variety of properties that we come up with, right? God is one. God is omnipotent, right? Who can tell me, what does omnipotent mean for a chocolate? What does the word, put your hand up. What does the word omnipotent mean? Yes? Sorry? No, that's not what, that's a different word. All powerful, very good, right. What is the word for what you said? It's on the screen. The second, yeah, it's the second one. Here you are, good. That is omniscient. God knows everything. God is all powerful. We also believe that God is one, right? Now, believe it or not, all of you, hang on one second. I just need to check the screen is correct or not. Oh, yeah. Yes, okay, yeah, it is there. Okay. You have all the conceptual tools you need to answer that question. I repeat, that question. There we go. Yeah, okay. So right. So you have all the conceptual tools you need to prove that the necessary being must be omnipotent and omniscient. I'll give you 5 minutes. Have a chat in your groups. Go. Ooh, very good. Oh, wow, that's very good. All right, guys, let's come back in. All right. Okay, so you've had a good few minutes to thinking about a very specific question. we have gone through a series of steps, which you may or may not agree with, right? But we've come to the conclusion there is a necessary being, right? Now what I'm asking you here is, how can you go from a necessary being to a being that must be omnipotent and omniscient? How do you know that that goes from there to there? Okay. Now, you guys had an answer. Can you share that answer?
What was that? No, just, to imagine that this necessary being, that there's something else out there that knows more or is more powerful, it just takes away from it being the necessary being. Like you can think of it as something else, and that would make it contingent. It would just null out the definition. In your mind, if you could think of that necessary being as not really being the most powerful or the most intelligent, then you're imagining something else, and that would be it. Then it would make it contingent.
How many of you agree with that? Hands up. Good. Okay, a few of you. How many of you disagree with that? Oh, no one. Okay, no one disagrees. Okay, very good. Okay, so, astaghfirullah al-azim, please. Fix your aqidah, habibi. Fix your aqidah. So right. So, yes, yeah. I'm gonna explain it. Yeah, I'm going to explain it. So, right, yeah. Yeah. Right. Right. Allah, okay. Yeah. 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 Right. Okay. Right. Okay. Fair enough. Okay. Yes. Yep. Yep. Knowledge and power. Yeah, very good. Okay, good. So, all of us have the starting point of the necessary being. Yeah? In Arabic, this is known as wajib al-wujud, in case you wanted to correlate that, right? Now, yes, sir, Greg, did you want to say something? What? Spell what? Oh, forget, that's the Arabic term. You want to impress your wife with the Arabic term? Oh, okay, wajib al-wujud. His wife is Muslim, that's why he's asking for that. Okay, right, okay. So, now, where was that? Yeah, so we've come to the point that all of us agree there's a necessary being. Now the question is, how does this entail that being must be omnipotent and omniscient? So you were actually correct. You guys were actually correct. I was just throwing you off, okay? Now, here's the idea. If this necessary being could learn more knowledge or decrease in knowledge, is that a necessary being anymore? No. If that necessary being could gain power or be overpowered, is that a necessary being anymore? No. Why is this not working? This is a contingent laptop. So there we go. Very simple. You had the conceptual tools to come at that conclusion. Any non-omnipotent being could be overpowered. Therefore, it would be contingent. Any non-omniscient thing could learn more or lose knowledge. Therefore, it's contingent. So a necessary being entails, as you said, that being must have full power and full knowledge. Otherwise, it collapses into a contingent being. And we come back to that question. Yes? Sorry? Change? No. A necessary being, by its very understanding, is immutable. No, because then it would be like time. Time involves change, right? God is outside of time and space. Otherwise, he would be a contingent thing, right? Because remember, what's the definition of contingency? To be able to occupy a different property. Well, think about it. Think about it. Even a short period, right? So you are currently, what's the time right now? What is the exact time? 4:31, 32? 4:29. You will then be in 4:30, right? Are you a contingent thing? Yes, because you face that duration. God is not like that. Got it? Is that clear? Yeah. Good. Okay. So, right, we're going to have another discussion. I'll get back to you, okay? So, the next discussion is, so we've come to the understanding that the necessary being entails omniscience, the necessary being entails omnipotence. You still haven't proven oneness. Take 5 minutes and prove oneness, or think about how it entails oneness. Go ahead. Yes. All right, guys, let's pull it back in. Okay. So we are pretty much at the last stage of showing that this candidate of the necessary being entails God, right? So we've proven so far omnipotence and omniscience. Done. Case closed. How do you prove oneness? Who would like to have you at the back? Yeah, okay. Here, can you come here, please, if possible? Thank you. Right, yeah. Yeah. How would you prove?
Okay, so I said that there can't be multiple omniscient and omnipotent beings because they're outside of space and time. And if there were multiple and they had the same exact properties and they're outside of space and time, how can you prove that they're two things and not one thing?
But I can imagine them being different. What's the problem?
No, let's say,
Because
so you have two omniscient beings.
Right?
Omniscient beings, they have the same properties.
Sure.
And they exist outside of space and time.
Right?
What makes them different?
They're just there. What's the problem?
I think they're on the right track here.
I'm not saying they're not. I'm not saying they're not. I'm just providing resistance. Okay. Yep.
Expand on what they said.
Yes.
Basically, by its very definition, something which is omnipotent means it is all powerful. You cannot have two parallel omnipotent things, right? How can you have, if you're saying I'm all powerful, it entitles me having power over everything and to a supreme degree.
I'm asking all of you a fair question. Just getting you. Okay? Right. Can you imagine two necessary beings? Right. Is that possible? Why not?
If some being
Can I? Okay, good. Okay.
if a being is omnipotent and omniscient, they're all knowing and all powerful, then there can't be two of that. Because that title is all knowing, all powerful. So how is there two of all knowing and all powerful? That means they're not.
All you're doing is you're presuming the necessary being is one. You haven't actually demonstrated the necessary being is one. I'm saying, what's stopping me from thinking that there are two necessary beings?
That means they're not both necessary. That means they're not both necessary.
Why?
Because you only need one necessary being.
Again, you're presuming the answer. You haven't demonstrated that. It's called circular reasoning. Good job. Good try.
Yeah, it's exactly my confusion. You can think about necessary as being two when you think about being an exact replica, right? One is the same as the other, right? So what's stopping me not imagining that one necessary has a perfect replica as the second one, right? So we were talking about it like if there's a replica, then we know that the necessary cannot create self, right? It needs to be, so who's doing the replica? Then the necessary becomes contingent if there is a replica of it. So other than that, it was really confusing and it got a lot of discussions here, but yeah.
Okay, fair enough. There's a sister at the back who thinks you have the answer? Okay, let's see.
So if that like necessary being, if there was multiple necessary beings, they wouldn't like, one would always try to overpower the other, just like we see in like governments today, like one is always trying to overpower the other. And even if it was just like merely close to that one necessary being, that like merely close one would always try to like overpower the necessary being. And they would always argue. And like, as we look at like the world today, it's also created like everything is equal to, so it's not like different creators creating.
You are the closest to the answer. Okay, good. Go ahead. Yes, give me a round of applause. That was good.
Yeah, thank you. So two necessary beings would be a logical contradiction. And if you circle it back to the theory of design, then there would be conflict in design of the universe if there are two necessary beings creating it, and there would be lack of symmetry.
Okay, so The conjunction of you two is the closest you've come. Right, yes. Okay, we have a few more people. Yes.
Okay, so I'm just thinking out loud. To me, if all powerful and all, all knowing is directly related to truth, to me, the truth of God is a being whose love is perfect, who has perfect integrity and mercy. And if there was another replica that had learned to become like that first being, like a child grows up like their father, and had developed into a being who was rooted in pure love, I don't think there would be this power over and those kinds of things that we see on the earth here. And I think that it could be a oneness that that if there were two, let's say there were two, if they were presented with the same situation, they would respond the exact same way because they'd be acting out of perfect knowledge and perfect light and perfect truth and mercy.
Okay, fair enough. Okay. Right. Okay, good. So I need to, unfortunately, I have to, because we have to pray Asr soon. So that's the reason why. I do apologize. We will pick these up, inshallah. Okay. Right. So fix your aqidah, habibi. I'm just kidding with the brother. He's aqidah is fine. Don't worry. Right. Now, so we've had a good set of answers here, right? The closest are the two sisters at the back. They've been very close, right? So here, what you need to do, and I think you guys hit it also as well, you need to evaluate the implications if there are two. That's what you need to do, right? Now, if you evaluate two necessary beings, okay, you want to see what are the logical implications of these, of this situation. Now, imagine you have necessary being one and necessary being two. Just for now. Ala shart, conditionally, take it, right? Now, there are four outcomes, four logical outcomes, right? Necessary being one wants to create a world that is fully black. Sorry, forget what I said about four outcomes for now. Remove that from your memory, okay? So imagine necessary being one wants to create a world by his own that's fully black. Necessary being two wants to create a world of his own that's fully white. That's okay, right? There's nothing contradicting here so far, right? Now, this scenario is not interesting. The way to analyze if there can be two necessary beings is to put them into conflict with one another. Is everyone with me so far? Yeah? Because that's where you can then stress test if there are genuinely two necessary beings. So let's restart the scenario. Necessary being one and necessary being two come together. Necessary being one wants to create this world fully black. Necessary being two wants to create the same world fully white. So here we have a conflict. Is everyone with me so far? Okay, good. Given this contact point, conceptual contact point, there are four possible outcomes. Number one, both of their opinions are materialized. Is it logically possible for the world to be completely black and white at the same time? That's a logical contradiction. So the first option, cancel out. Sisters, are you with me so far? All good? Bros, are you with me so far? Yeah, good. Yeah. No. So that's logically possible. We're talking about exclusively here. Okay? Right. Now, option number two. Both of their opinions are neutralized. Neither necessarily being A nor necessarily being B's wills are manifested. Is that depiction of a necessary being that they can be overpowered? No. In this scenario, neither of them are necessary being. Yes, guys, so far, yeah, all good? Here, all good? Yep. Right. The third and the fourth possibilities render the same thing. that one's will is manifested and the other's is trumped, which you see there. Okay? In which case, the one who is trumped has been overpowered. So is that a necessary being? No. Yes. What did you want to say? Yep. Yeah, so I said that that's possible. I said in the beginning, I said that you can conceive of a necessary being one creating his own world, necessary being two creating his own world, right? But in order to really test if there are two necessary beings, you need to put them together. That's the reason why. Yes? Yep. Yep. Yeah. Oh, okay, so that question about him being angry and all of that takes us now to theology discussions, right? Aqidah classes. Here, I'm just proving God's existence. That discussion takes down the line that I'm not teaching you today. Yep. Yep. No, because remember, when you think of a necessary being, it's hard to conceive of, but he's not in time, right? The thing is, we're used to, when we're thinking of certain attributes, we always attach a time conception to it. Right, but that is still a time boundary which we're under, not he's under. Yeah. Sure. So from our perspective, that is a progression of time. From his perspective, it's all one thing. He is outside of time. That's the thing. And thinking outside of time is the tricky part. And that word is called atemporal. God is not a temporal being. He doesn't exist in time. And because, two things. Number one, if God was in time, that would make him contingent. Two, and this is where the trickiness comes in, if God is outside of the time, it's hard to sometimes conceive of him doing things without the time dimension because we're so accustomed to it. Yeah, for God, it's all one. It's all this one thing. Yeah. Okay, right. No, so to be clear, right, this is what you study in theology as you get into more advanced texts. You go from basic. In basic Islamic texts, you just learn creed. You believe there's one God, he's Ar-Rahman, he's Ar-Rahim. That's basic, creedal books. As you get more advanced in the conversations, these things unpack. Contingency argument is usually taught at an intermediate level after a few prerequisites. What happened with the contingency argument, I was challenged by a sheikh in the UK. Can you simplify this for a wider audience? So what I'm actually teaching you is something you should actually start with an intermediate level and then goes into these other conversations that you're talking about. But all I'm trying to do is, contingency is an accessible idea, and to now follow that up, I'd say study Aqidah. Yes. No, because that would imply change and mutability in him. No, 100%. He is outside of time. Remember that. He's outside of time. Right, okay. Yes. Yep. If both, repeat the point, if both have? Yeah. So I can conceive of a situation where you have two necessary beings and there's no creation other than that. That's still possible in my head. To really test, though, if they are two genuine necessary beings, you need to evaluate it like this. You need to put them in a conflict, right? Right. Okay. Yes. Yes.
So I'm just thinking out loud, but like to me, when I think of God, like I said before, God, if God's knowledge is perfect,
Yep.
and it's all powerful.
Yep.
Perfection has to do with truth and love and mercy.
Right.
And it doesn't have to do with opinions of whether we're going to create a black or a white earth.
Yeah.
And so if you have two beings that have this perfect knowledge, they are going to work in unity, and it's going to be a oneness, and it's going to be if one has had more experience, it's going to be, what would you like me to do?
Right.
And I mean, to me, it's not contradictory.
What's not contradictive? Sorry.
It's not contradictory to have two beings that,
But you said one they could work in union and one could change his or mind. That is that what you're saying?
change their mind, but learn from. But I mean, if they're both all knowledgeable, which I don't think, I think that in my thinking, I think that there was one that was all powerful and all knowing.
Mhm.
That if another one continues to learn from that.
Okay. Let me stop it. If somebody continues to learn, it's contingent.
But if you had two people that had reached a point where they were all knowing and all powerful, meaning aligned with truth,
Right.
that they were beings of perfect love and
Right.
perfect mercy and perfect justice,
Right.
they would work in unity and they would be one.
Right. Even if you conceptually hypothesize that, the ultimate question has to be, in a moment of conflict, what would be the outcome? You're saying that there'd be a unity. My question is, how would you get to unity if there are two things? If you're saying that this being is different to that being, and if they reach means an end result.
It would be different if they had perfect knowledge and perfect and ultimate power. They would, if it's aligned with, I'm not talking about what we see here on earth.
Sure. Yeah.
But I'm talking about the pure light and truth.
Right.
And mercy and substance.
Right.
That God is.
Yeah.
It's not like a changeable thing.
Of course.
If somebody has that knowledge and there's two people that have that knowledge
Yeah.
and that power, they are going to be in union and they're going to be one.
But you see, you're presuming union. That's the thing. You're presuming that there'll be perfect union, when in fact, it is logically possible for two things to have a conflicting opinion, like I showed here. You're presuming that the union is definitive, which I don't think is the case. Yeah.
There could be conflict, but if it has to do with the substance of truth and light
Right.
and mercy and the substance of God,
Yeah.
there's no conflict.
Well, that's the reason why the arguments are being pointed out, that if you have a truly omnibenevolent omniscient being, that person can never have those properties shared with anything else. Because then you have another entity. And at that point, if those entities diverge on a single decision point, you're saying that that can never happen. I'm saying conceptually it can happen. And that's what this argument closes down on.
If the only way that it could happen is if the second being was not completely all powerful and all knowledge.
Exactly, which is what the point of this argument is. That's exactly the point. That's why there can only be one necessary being. That's the reason why. Of course, yeah, that's creation.
Somebody is I don't know if it's coming, but to me, truth and light and mercy,
Sure.
what God is a substance. And if there is another being that has obtained that same substance,
Yeah.
there will be unity because
So I think we need to unpack what you mean by substance and obtaining unity, and I'd unpack that with you, inshallah, after the session. I would like to do that. Yeah, is that okay? Right. So just to come back, yeah. Yeah, I know. Yeah. So what I wanted to take away from all of this is just to kind of step back here, right? So how is the necessary being one? I'm just putting all four outcomes in front of you. If the manifestation of both, if both wills are manifested, it's a contradiction. If the cancellation of both wills occur, then that means none of them were necessary beings to begin with. That means one trumped the other, and therefore there were never two necessary beings to begin with. There can only be one necessary being, right? And so I'm going to stop there. We're going to have a break. This was a long, good session, okay? I want you to mull over some of these concepts. We're going to have Asr prayer soon and then pizza, I think, like Ninja, what is it? Ninja Mutant Turtles? Mutant Ninja Turtles? I forgot the name. But yeah, so we're going to have pizza and then we'll come back and top it off in relation to science. Okay? Well done, guys. Give yourselves a round of applause. Well done. Really well done. Very good. Good job. Very good.
الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمد رسول الله أشهد أن محمد رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمد رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح قد قامت الصلاة قد قامت الصلاة الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله
الله أكبر
الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
Assalamu alaikum. So I know we said that there was going to be pizza, but there's no pizza, just to make the point that something can be a logical possibility and not actually exist. So you're welcome. Inshallah, lesson learned. Everyone can head to the cafeteria. Inshallah, there's going to be pizza. Just give us a couple of minutes to set up. Huh? I didn't bring it in. I need your.
When you said no pizza, I got sad.
I was kidding, yeah. Do you want pizza?
Yeah.
So by 5:40, inshallah, we want to be back up here. So start making your way back up around 5:35. By 5:40, we want to start. Jazakumullah khair.
Yo, watch your back.
That's fine, Baba. Just go take a seat over there, okay? The class is going to start. Off over here. Assalamu alaikum. If you're still downstairs, inshallah, please make your way back upstairs. We'll start shortly.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. All right. Okay. So, is everyone fueled up? Yes. Yep. The juices are coming back to the brain. Yeah. Okay. So, what I'm, if I can, guys, if we can just, yeah. Okay. Right. So, just to kind of help us get to where we were, I thought it'd be helpful to retrace our steps. Right. The very first session that we had was just an introduction to new atheism, right? In research, what we usually do is we want to first find a problem statement. What is the problem that you are trying to tackle? In that overview, I went over how new atheism has made a very strong impact across all religious societies, Muslims being no exception to the process. And now, because of that impact, I showed you some statistics where we are seeing that science has become a very strong tool, instrument, utility in the atheism-theism polemics, right? The discussion between the two. So that became the problem statement, and I used that as a springboard to walk you through two arguments. Who can remember what was the first argument that we studied for a candy? Raise your hand. What was the name of the first argument? Fine-tuning argument. Very good. Excellent. The fine-tuning argument is under which category of arguments? Who can remember? Let's see who's paying attention. Argument of design. Very good. Yes, it's an argument from design. Very, very good. Okay. In that particular argument, I gave you, 3 examples to show you that the universe is very hypertuned, right? And those are not the only ones. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Fair enough. Okay. Right. You obviously had too much food. Right. Right. So hypertuning requires an explanation, and there are 3 possible explanations that we looked at: brute fact, chance, or designer. And I asked you, how did you feel about the argument from design? Some of you felt it was very compelling. Some of you felt not so much, right? I also asked you to think about how strong would that argument be in a discussion with somebody who is an atheist. Some of you, again, rated it pretty well. Some of you rated it pretty weakly. But at least I think most of you came to the realization, at the very least, even if the argument from design is true, it may not necessarily prove God, but it does definitively, or to a very large extent, very likely undermine atheism. Everyone remember that? Yeah? Good. We then came on to the contingency argument, right? And there's a reason why I designed this workshop this way. is because then you can see how design and contingency arguments fare with respect to one another. The starting point for contingency was, what were the first two things that we studied? Who can remember? What were the first two things that we studied? Not the same sister, not the same person. What do we study first? Yeah. What is the first thing that we studied in the contingency argument? What was the first setup that I put up on the screen for you? We were doing an exercise. I asked you 12 questions. That was a study of? Did you take a photo of the presentation slides? Copyright infringement. Yeah. I'm going to share this with you. You will have these, inshallah. Wow, I don't know why that is becoming now a famous line amongst you guys. So this sheikh and that sheikh and the sheikha, subhanAllah. Yes, go ahead. Yes. Very good. We were talking about possibilities, remember? That was the first thing that we studied. And we differentiated between logical possibilities and scientific possibilities. For those of you who want to maybe look into this a little bit further, you can pick up books on something called modality. Modality is the study of possibilities. That's the subject name. Once we created that distinction, we were able to understand how kind of things situate with respect to one another. So, are all logical possibilities scientifically possible? No, all logical possibilities are not necessarily scientific, right? Are all scientific possibilities logical? Yes. Okay, very good. Once we established that, we went to another terminological set. What were those two terms that we studied? Who can tell me? Once we studied possibility, we studied two more terms. Yes? Very good. Contingent and necessary. A contingent thing is something that can be other than what it is. It can fail to exist. You can conceive it not existing, and you can conceive it having other properties. So you conceive it against what is logically possible. Where unfortunately a lot of people go wrong, particularly in the modern STEM education, is their only benchmark of what is possible is based on science. There were, interestingly, so when I was in UAE, so I was a professor in Dubai. I taught there for 10 years. I remember where I was teaching a group of Muslim science. They were preparing for their medical exam to Europe. And I asked the students in there, are you just your neurons? All of them said yes. They had no conception of the soul, an immaterial thing, because they were so used to a scientific, material way of looking at things. Right? Once we understood the difference between contingency and necessary, we came to the conclusion that the universe as a whole and its constituents are contingent. And therefore, it requires an explanation. Where did this contingency come from? And we asked the question, could it cause itself? We said no. Therefore, it was caused by something else. We then explored the question, can that chain go on infinitely? And the answer was no. But even if it did, remember, even if it did, the question is, why was it arranged in this particular way and not another? In other words, either that entire set is leading to a necessary being, or even if it was infinite, why is that set arranged in a particular way rather than something else? Remember the Shakespeare example? Why do we have an infinite set of books on horror? Why not science fiction? That is still a set that is contingent. Everyone with me so far? Then we came to the conclusion that this chain must stop at a necessary being. Yeah? This necessary being must have a few entailments for it to be identified with God, Allah. And I put some properties on the slide. They're not exhaustive, but just to get the exercise going. There were 3 properties that I put up on the screen that I told you should be able to derive. They were omniscience, omnipotence, and oneness. we came to the conclusion that the necessary being must be all-powerful, all-knowledgeable, because if he wasn't, or rather if it wasn't, that means it could potentially be overpowered, underpowered, acquire new knowledge, lose new knowledge. Therefore, all those are contingent. So a necessary being must be what? Omnipotent and omniscient. That was one argument. Everyone clear with that, yeah? We then looked at the argument to show you oneness, right? And this is known, for those of you who want to pick it up in Arabic, burhanu tamani'. This is a very, very specific argument, right? It's showing you the argument by absurdity. So here what you do is you conceptually posit two necessary beings. And you see if they're put into a point of conflict, which is a possibility, what are the implications? Because it is definitely possible you have a necessary being here, a necessary being there. Each one is busy with their own universe. No problem. That's okay. But to really see if they are necessary beings, put them into conflict. And we evaluated 4 possible scenarios, which you see on the screen here, right? One possibility is both of their wills are manifested. Second possibility is none of their wills are manifested. The third and fourth possibilities are one's is manifested, the other one's is not. And just through pure conceptual characterization, development, and argumentation, we came to the conclusion that the first scenario is implausible because that will lead to a contradiction. The second one is implausible because then they are no longer the necessary being. The third and fourth one entail that there can only be one necessary being. Now, we did this exercise with 2 necessary beings. By extension, the same argument works for 3, 4, 5, yada, yada, yada. Does that make sense? And this is the point at which we stopped, because everyone needed a mental break, right? Now what I want to show you is how the contingency, so is everyone clear about the 2 steps? Contingency to necessary and necessary to God, right? Is that the exhaustive way? No, you can do many more things, but I just wanted to give you a chain of thought, right? Now what I want to show you is how you can apply the contingency argument to the local arguments that we see in science and religion. How many of you believe in miracles? How many of you believe in science? She's like, okay, right. How many of you have questioned, how can I believe the 2 at the same time? Have you ever thought about that? For me, that was a huge deal breaker. I became an atheist at one point because of that point, right? Now you can kind of see what grounds that. The necessary being, or the contingency argument rather, the reason why it's so powerful is because it is the ground for every single thing that you can conceive of. Do we live in a universe with laws of nature? Yes or no? Are they contingent? Therefore, they are grounded on a necessary being. Miracles, are they contingent? Require a necessary being. Design phenomena, are they contingent? Necessary being. Simple stuff like rocks, right? Nothing too complicated there, but they're contingent. Necessary being. Do you remember I asked you a simple ball? Just imagine a simple ball. Would you be able to then derive out this is all powerful? The necessary being proves that. Right? Do you guys believe in angels? Yes or no? They're contingent. All of those things have one common feature. They are all contingent beings and therefore must rely on a necessary being. Cool? Is everyone okay with that? Right. Okay. Now, how many of you have studied evolution? Oh, the big E. Oh, astaghfirullah. Hands up if you think evolution is a problem for you as a Muslim. Oh, no one. Wow. You are filled with heretics in here. Well, sorry. I'm joking. I'm joking. A few of you, yeah. Okay. Very good. Sorry? Sure. Okay, right. What I want to show you in the next part of the argument is that science, whatever we discover through science, can it ever undermine the existence of God? Ever? No. Everything in science is contingent. Evolution, a law of nature, contingent, requires a necessary being. We talked about quantum mechanics, I think somewhere here, right? Contingent, requires a necessary being. General relativity, necessary being, right? Now, I want to point something that relates to the design stuff we looked at earlier. I think it was you or somebody down here. I asked you a question early on. When we look at the fine-tuning argument, we reach the point of a designer. Yeah? I asked you a question, is it possible for the designer to be an alien? Some of you like, not really, but now can you understand? It's not a logical contradiction. The candidate of the designer of the universe could be an alien residing in the multiverse. It could be an angel that we don't know of, right? So design arguments do not directly get you to God, right? Now, and this is why some of you, no, hang on, it does get you to God. You are wrong, Shuaib, you are a kafir. I'm joking, right? No, relax. I'm not putting words into your mouth. Relax, okay? So my point here was very simply that I hope you now understand that the atheist at that point could still say that that is not God. You're assuming that's God. Now, how do you get from designer to God? The contingency argument. The contingency argument definitively gets you to God, right? It doesn't have that gap that you need to be able to go from designer to God. Does that make sense to everyone? Everyone from this side, is that clear? Are you okay? You're giving me poker face. You're good? Okay, good. Okay, right. Is everyone here clear? Yeah? Very good. Okay. Very, very good. So that's the reason why design arguments, even though they're very powerful, like, you know, when you look outside, don't you feel like, wow, don't you feel that? Like, subhanAllah, like, I could do all the philosophy in the world I want to, but there's just something about seeing the sunrise and the sunset that takes your breath away, right? That just has that feeling, that touch. This could not have been by chance. It just cannot. I just cannot feel that way, right? But design arguments, even though they may have a lot of existential clarity for you, philosophically, not necessarily the strongest argument. Though that's not the case from person to person. Okay? When we were looking at the fine-tuning argument, one of the contentions against the fine-tuning is something called the multiverses. Have you guys come across multiverses? Do you know what that is? Some of you yes, some of you no. So we live in a universe in which there was a Big Bang. And the universe evolved for 14.5 billion years, right? Now, to explain away fine-tuning, some skeptics, they say, well, hang on, maybe there can be other universes alongside ours. So there are other universes in parallel that they have their own respective Big Bang. That is known as the multiverse, okay? And a lot of Muslims, no way, the multiverse is not true. The reality is it could be, we don't know, right? Now let's say, even if it was true, would that undermine proof for God's existence? Boom. Why? Contingency. Exactly. That's the reason why. There's a reason why a lot of Muslim theologians, Christian theologians, and Jewish theologians rely on the contingency argument. It is much more foundational for everything that science can throw at you, right? So when new atheists say, oh, science disproves God's existence, evolution disproves God's existence, my response would be, you don't know what you're talking about. Does that make sense? Yeah? So, if you have taken anything away from this workshop today, please note down these things. Number one, the necessary being grounds Absolutely everything. I'll get you a question there. Number two, science and God are categorically different explanations. They're not the same level. What has happened is, because of certain historical precedents, previously it was always God as the primary explanation and science as a secondary explanation. So it was always God and science. What has happened over time is it's become God or science, forcing you to choose as if they're two competing explanations. Does that make sense? Which is false. That is false. And then number three, because of all this is all everything that I've said so far, science can never undermine God's existence. Is that clear to everyone? Yeah? So that is the end of my particular, okay, we don't need to go into this. That is the end of my particular presentation, right? I really hope that you took a lot of benefit from that. Please forgive me if I offended you in any way or form. But thank you very much for listening to me. I'll take in your questions. Thank you. Barakallahu feekum. All right. Clapping is haram. Astaghfirullah. Yeah. So, any questions? Yes. Yeah. So that's a great. So remember, the Quran did not come down as a philosophical book, right? It came with many prompts for all audiences. One of the most immediate things that comes from the Quran is the design argument, right? And we also have the concept of the fitrah, right? The fitrah is this entity within us that immediately inclines us to believe that there is a God, right? And according to some conceptions, if your fitrah is pure, you will readily embrace it, right? Like, have you ever come across people, you don't need to throw sophisticated arguments, they just have a natural disposition. You've seen people like that, right? Sometimes we call them hippies, but you know, but people like that exist, right? So they don't need an argument. That's the fitrah working. For some people, they may need a little bit of a push. Design arguments are the most obvious points that you can refer them to. And the Quran seems to sync with that. But more fundamentally, that's what you said, raise the question to another level. What is the ground of everything, right? Here I taught you the contingency argument. There are other arguments like that. One of them is called Dalil Huduth, which is known as the Kalam cosmological argument. That's another version. But for me, contingency is the strongest, hence why I kind of packaged it here. That help answer your question? Any question from the sister side? Oh. Alhamdulillah, very good. I really hope it benefits you. And MashaAllah, wow, very good, very, very good. That can say more than me. Very, very good, MashaAllah. Excellent. Yes?
Yeah, now that you mentioned the fitrah, I made the suggestion that the ontological argument, which is related to fitrah in the Quran, within you. And the ontological argument simply, which it began with the theologians, and then Ibn Sina talking about Saint answering all the way to the call. So basically, I have an idea in mind here of a perfect being.
Yeah.
Okay? Because, I judge things, everything that's not perfect.
Yeah.
It's not a perfect beauty, it's not a perfect power. Where did this idea of a perfect being came from?
Yeah.
Because I could have not caused it
Yep.
myself for myself because I'm not perfect.
Mm-hmm.
So the perfect, there must be a perfect being who put this idea in me. Therefore, from the idea of a perfect being would prove the existence of the perfect being, which is the fitrah.
Yeah.
And that could be applied to anything. I have an idea of justice.
Yeah.
Not absolutely just.
Yeah.
Nobody else absolutely just. Where did this idea?
Sure.
It must have came from the
Sure.
which is God.
Sure.
So they apply the argument that is more congenial to the layman because it relies on the fitrah, which, of course, by Islamic teachings, everybody is doing.
Sure. Yeah, thank you very much for sharing that. So he was just talking about, as I mentioned to you before, there are about 20 clusters of arguments for God's existence. One of them is called the ontological argument, and it just starts off with the idea you have a conception of a supremely perfect being. Where did that, we don't see supremely perfect beings everywhere, so where did that come from? And that's how you start that argument. And that's what he's referring to. And he suggests that perhaps it could be related to the fitrah, this inherent disposition that provide impetus to believing in God, right? For those of you who come from Christian backgrounds, sensus divinatis is what he might be referring to as a fitrah. Yes? Mm-hmm. Yep. Sure. Yeah. No. So Allah can. So it's a bit like the way I want you to imagine this analogy is a computer programmer. A computer programmer is not inside the computer, but he can create a software that works in time, right? He can set up, do this, do this, do this, do this. But is he himself in time? Yeah. He already does. Remember, sequential mannerisms is a temporal thing, and he's outside of that. Yes. Yeah. Put time onto himself? No. I need to unpack that. Are you saying that can Allah apply time to himself? Is that the question? Yep. Alayhi salam. Right. Which God is not a part of. Yeah. Right. Within time. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Yep. Right. Yeah. Yeah, so remember there's an asymmetry here between creation and creator, right? And the problem always comes down to trying to understand God, but somehow our mind slips in something to do with time or space that makes it difficult to conceive of a necessary being. That's really the fundamental problem with a lot of these conceptions. When it comes to now God being able to arrange things, as you said, enact things, God can definitely from outside of time create a world in which there are time slices, right? And those slices are processing through just like you do in a movie, right? But does that mean that God is experiencing that? No. God created that and that's running through, but he himself is out of that. No, time, if time, time cannot be applied on time. Yeah, exactly. The word, just to be clear, in case you want to look this up further, we say that things that are outside of time are known as atemporal. Right? Sorry, I cut you off. Sure. Yeah, with no problem. No. The most intuitive, remember, analogies are never fully like perfect, but they give you enough to kind of give you some things to think about, right? So like we talk about sometimes like God is perfect like the sun, and then these things emit out of him like design and all of that. The way of explaining time, at least the way I do it, is imagine a computer programmer. He's not part of the code that's executing the time in the algorithm, but he did create it outside of that. Right? That's it. Yeah? Cool. Any other questions? Yes? Okay, if you have two necessary beings, right, so this was the two omniscient beings, are they necessary or not? You have to start off, how did you get to omniscient? So a necessary being entails being omniscient, right? We agree to that. To now then say you cannot have two or more, you go back to the conflict scenario.
But that would be a problem if they're omnipotent, right?
No, even omniscient, because omniscient would mean, so look, imagine if there were two omniscient beings, I don't know which was the brother, oh, I think you did, yeah. So imagine if there are two omniscient beings, right? And these two are separate. Let's just say you didn't put them into contact. This entity creates his world. This entity creates his world. What does omniscient mean? To know everything. How he must know everything.
He knows.
Yeah. 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 Yeah, no. That would still be, I think, plausible. The only way to cancel it down to one is by doing the conceptual analysis that I showed you here. You must put them in conflict to see if there are genuine two necessary beings that are omniscient and omnipotent. That's the only way to do it.
So omniscient is all knowledgeable. So how do you put them in conflict? One omniscient being knows about other being, right? And the other knows about the other being.
Yeah.
It is just about knowing, not exercising any power over the other.
Yeah, but you have to do an exhaustive analysis. We said a necessary being entails not just omniscience, also entails and omnipotence. Both must come in hand, right? Right? Otherwise, it's a contradiction in terms to say omniscient but not omnipotent. Then that's contingent.
So that means that there can be two omniscient beings, but there cannot be two beings who are both omniscient and omnipotent.
Yes, yeah. And if you say that they can only have one, and if the other is then not omnipotent, then that's a contingent being. Yeah? Necessary has to have both. Yeah, because if you say, okay, there's a necessary being, has full knowledge, but is not omnipotent, then that means they can be overpowered or underpowered, hence contingent. Right? Good. Any other questions? Yes? Oh, okay. So she's asked, the sister has asked a very good question, doing Zakir Naik, right? So she's asked, what brought me to Islam? So I had a very interesting journey. I'll try and make this simple. So I was born and raised to a Muslim family. My parents were both practicing, right? However, my understanding of Islam was very, very dilute, like incredibly dilute, right? So all I knew was that we prayed 5 times a day. We will go for Jum'ah Salah, Friday prayer, and that's it. Eid, money. That's all it means. Right? That's what Islam meant to me. That was it. And this was not due to a fault of my parents. My parents were trying to earn a living. My mom was a housewife. My father was a single breadwinner. And he was busy at work. Like he would work 8 to 12 hours a day, doing his thing to support the family. That's what fathers do. And so naturally, they thought that being in a Muslim country, I was in Kuwait, that the school would somehow take care of it, right? But our education of Islam was incredibly superficial. Like we didn't really learn much. Just to give you an idea, what is the Shahada? The testification of faith, right? I did not know what that was until I was 21. And I'm 36 now. So 15 years ago, right? So for me, I come from a very, very cultural Islam background. What ended up changing things for me was, so my background was I was actually into music. So I had a band, had long hair, chains and everything. So I was very far from Islam. And what started changing things for me was when I went to university. Now, when I went to university in the UK, this was in 2007. Do you guys know of the 7/7 bombings? Do you know about that? So in 2007, there was a massive train explosion known as the 7/7 bombings. That's when I went to the UK. Now, my parents told me, do not join any Islamic society, because naturally, as international parents, they're afraid. That's their intuition. Don't go near these Islamic societies, terrorists, Al-Qaeda, whatever, right? And so I didn't do that at least for my undergrad. I didn't join any MSAs. I didn't do that in the UK. And that was very devastating because I could have learned so much. Where things started changing for me personally was in my PhD, my first PhD. So I went to the University of Nottingham, which is the city where, do you guys know Robin Hood? Yeah, so Robin Hood is from Nottingham. And if you believe in the tales, that is, right? Okay, right. Now, my professor was, and I think still is, an atheist. He picked up from my name that I was probably Muslim. And so he asked me all kinds of questions about Islam. And he's a Cambridge graduate, right? So Cambridge University. So I already felt like an idiot in front of him. And now he's asking me questions about Islam that I had no idea about. So then I started reflecting, okay, I'm now a PhD student. I'm getting in my 20s. What does Islam play a role of in my life? Is it something that I need to take seriously or not? That set me on a trajectory, right? So to the extent where in the second year of my PhD, I did not pick up a single book of chemical engineering. I was just doing Islamic studies. Boom. I remember I went through 500 books just in my second year. And do you guys know Al-Maghrib, Al-Kawthar, those institutes? They started coming, I started attending them. And that really kind of set my love for Islamic studies, particularly Aqidah, Ilm Kalam. I really was passionate about that. So my parents got a bit worried. So from the long hair, the chains and everything, they saw me transitioning to the beard started coming out, the long thobes, that started coming on. And so they were worried naturally. I'll tell you a funny story during that period. You guys know the hadith where if you have clothes above your ankles, you'll go to hellfire? You guys know about that, right? So, no? Sorry, below your ankles. Yeah, below your ankles, yeah? Now, there's a context behind this. There's a context. The context is the people who were rejecting the message of Islam around the Prophet ﷺ, they were very wealthy. And to show off their wealth, they would drag their clothes on the ground, right? So the message wasn't actually about literally your clothes, so to speak. It was about the context behind that, which was arrogance and ostentation, showing off your wealth. Yeah. But I didn't know any better, so I'll share this funny story with you. I remember I took all my thobes, my Arabic dresses, and because I'm quite, short, so they were all taller than me, right? So they'll always be dragged on the floor. So I put them on my bed. And I remember I didn't know how to sew. I still don't know how to sew. And the only thing I knew was I have a stapler. So I stapled everything, went to the mosque, and everyone say, Shwaib, you have bling bling around you. So right? So, and I learned from that, that it was a learning curve. By the end of my PhD, I knew that I didn't want to be an engineer anymore. It was just clear to me in my head. And I remember I even spoke to my dad about it, saying, look, Dad, I think I need to go to a seminary like Al-Azhar or Medina or something. He said, Shwaib, finish your PhD first, because even if you want to change, it will put food on the table. And he was right. Looking back at it now, he was 100% right. So I finished the PhD. I went to the UAE, and I found a job there as a professor of natural sciences, physics, chemistry, and mathematics. That allowed me to have money, have a salary. I was able to take care of my family. And I just started studying with shuyukh, online, offline. I started studying whatever I can, right? And then that's how my passion grew for Islamic theology, which is kind of what we studied here. And then from there, I really wanted to make sure I didn't waste my science backbone. And so I then encountered this field of science and religion. So I told you at the beginning of this workshop that you can actually now specialize in science and religion. It's a proper field. And the University of Edinburgh in the UK, in Scotland, they opened up an online master's degree where you can do this. So in 2017, that program opened up, right? And I was a professor, so I was like, oh, this is something I can do part-time. I did it, and I learned a lot, but it was all from the Christian angle. Because the field at the moment is mostly Christian thinkers, which is fine, that's okay. But what I wanted to do was, how can I contribute to this field from the Islamic side? So for this reason, I started publishing a lot on evolution, quantum mechanics, extraterrestrials. Any of you guys believe in aliens? Yes? No? Right? All right. So there's a book that I have. If you type in Shoaib, my full name, and extraterrestrials, you'll see the front cover. And I just wanted to dedicate myself to this field because I realized two things. Number one, I am genuinely interested in this area. And two, this is the need of the hour. This is the need of the hour, right? And last year was the year where, unfortunately, my university in Dubai dissolved. They wanted to close down the university and create a cryptocurrency university, some odd thing like that. So 2 of us were just fired. And so what happened was, during that period, the University of Edinburgh had an opening, a post, for lecturer in science and religion. They shortlisted me and hired me. So straight after this, I'm actually going to Edinburgh, and I am the first Muslim lecturer in science and religion. So that hopefully, alhamdulillah, so hopefully in the next 10, 15 years, right, I hope to see like a whole generation of students that can do exactly what I did with more confidence than me, with better resources than me. Because for me, I have a 7-year-old son. His name is Jonah, Yunus, right? And I want to make sure that he is in a future where we can have proud, confident, conversant Muslims. And I think at least the area that I'm contributing to is Islam and science. I am not a mufti, I'm not a hadith specialist, but I am in theology. That is my base. So that's been my journey. Did that answer your question? Did that address your question? Yeah? Did that help? Thank you. Great. Good. The sister had her hand up first. Yes? Yeah. Okay, so I didn't actually address the atheism part. Yeah, so there was, so when okay. Yeah, so no, this was in my first PhD. So I think I was definitely agnostic by the end of my undergraduate. I think that was, sir? No. I didn't declare it. I just knew there was nothing, right? Not doubts. I just didn't believe. I even didn't believe in miracles. I didn't believe in those things, right? It was very superficial. I didn't really think much of them. What happened was, when my professor during my PhD started asking me questions, the first thing I did was pick up, Plato? Plato and Aristotle, and start reading all their works, right? And here, it's important to realize, have you ever come across the opinion that philosophy is haram? Have you guys come across that? So to some degree, I agree with that, because that's when I started turning towards atheism now, like denying God's existence, rather being uncertain to now denying God. It then took, after 3 months, I was in that phase, and then I started reeling back, and it was largely due to just having conversations with some of the friends around me. And for me, at that point, it wasn't really, a philosophical argument. It was just the fitrah acting at that point. What really solidified my faith was the contingency argument, personally speaking. That really, I have no doubts ever after this particular thing. Yeah. So when you say, did I declare? I didn't declare it. I just knew. You have an understanding of where your heart is. I just knew where I was. And no prayer. I wouldn't pray. There was a point where I didn't go to Jum'ah for 6 months. I didn't go. Yes, he had his hand up. Yes? Yep. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Sure. Right. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Right. Challenges. Yeah. Mhm. Right. 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 Yeah. Yeah. I 100% agree with you. Remember, so just a quick show of hands. Have any of you studied science, even at a basic level? All of you have studied science. How many of you have formally studied Aqidah? Formally. You see? That's the problem. That genuinely is the problem, right? And there's a reason for this as well. It's not just because, oh, we didn't study. There's also reasons of who can teach it, right? The way that contemporary Muslim seminaries are constructed is that they are very good in Arabic, hadith, and fiqh. They will tell you everything inside out. But unfortunately, because of the weak training in aqidah or philosophy and theology, ask an imam who's just come out of the seminary, what is the contingency argument? How do I challenge quantum mechanics? Most occasions they will not have an answer. And because that training component is weak. The other problem is that even, so most of the really good, like creedal scholars are in Jordan, right? Jordan and Turkey. And their language is mostly Arabic. Who is going out there training and is able to communicate that knowledge now eloquently, easily to people? That's another challenge. So this requires a generation building effort, right? We need a generation building effort. This is now, I think, my 15th state I've been to the US, and I've delivered this several times now. I keep telling the Muslim communities in the West, do not confuse the security of these four walls for the security of your faith. You need to invest not in pretty buildings, you need to invest in your people, right? So you should have a vision 10, 20 years now. I was surprised, Jamali told me there's no imam. Why do you not have an imam? Right? I know, I'm not critiquing. I'm just saying that I'm not, remember, I'm not critiquing you. I'm not even from the States, but I'm saying that if I was you, look for somebody who, one, understands difference of opinions, two, can relate to the youth, and three, can speak the language of the generation, right? You have to be able to speak that language. So that is where I think the real need is. I think we have plenty of fiqh specialists, plenty of hadith specialists, No problem there. But we need more people in this little space at least to help establish, these kinds of things. That's my personal opinion. You can disagree with me. That is my opinion, right? Any other questions? Yes? Right. What does Islam say about the Big Bang Theory? Okay, I will present you with two, and you will decide because you asked this question. You have two options, okay? I can either refer you to a 2-hour video that I did online, or I can go through that very presentation here, but we have to take a 10-minute break then. You want to do it now? 10-minute break? Okay, so take a 10-minute break. Sorry? That will answer. Yeah, so I can, wait, hang on, one second. Okay, wait, 1 second, right? As for, so this was not part of the program. I'm just gonna double check with Jamali if that's okay. Yeah, that's okay. So we will have now an additional thing where we'll go through Islam and evolution, all right? As for Big Bang, okay? Let me answer this question for you directly, right? Is the universe itself contingent, yes or no? Big Bang, contingent, yes or no? Yeah. Any problem? No problem. Even the Quran says that there was a kind of initial push. There's no problem whatsoever. Yes. Yeah.
I don't know if I wasn't listening properly, but I don't get the connection from, like, we established that the universe has a designer, but then I don't get it how we went from that to the designer being a necessary being.
Because they're not the same presentations. Wait, no. You designer was one argument, and contingency was another. So I think he's confusing the two presentations. Yeah, I think you phased in the first one, and then you phased out, and then I think that's what happened. Yeah. What was your second question? You said okay, yes. Go ahead. Yeah. I haven't seen that. The explanation that was told to me was, and I might be wrong, you can happily correct me, but the hadith that I saw it being complimented was that anyone who has an atom's weight of arrogance will go to hellfire. And that connects it to this hadith. What was the custom of the people? The custom of rich people in particular, those who were quite arrogant and proud, they would drag their clothes. Most of the Muslims who converted at the time of the Prophet ﷺ were poor. So this was an in-your-face kind of thing, right? And the hadith, at least as far as my understanding goes, came to address that. There is the opinion that you said. I've seen that in some circles where they will fold up their clothes above their ankles. So I've seen that. Yeah. For me, I cannot comment on specific hadiths that I haven't encountered. I will speak to my own teachers. My only answer is I don't know. I would stop there. Whatever you know, you stick to that. Remove what I said in the bin. Okay? Cool. Right. Any other questions? I just want to take it from the brother side. Just to be fair, I'll ping pong. Yes? Yep.
How does that create contingent beings with people?
Okay. So that's a very good question. So one of the first texts. So this is where almost all books that I know, they refer to this is the place where you don't have a clear answer. So one of the first texts that you study in Creed is called Creed of Tahawi. Do any of you know Creed of Tahawi? Have you guys heard of that? So one of the first, almost in any camp that you follow, Aqidah Tahawi is the first thing that you study, right? I think it's the 55th, it's basically 130 points that you are required to know as a Muslim, okay? Now, I think it's the 55th point. It says, أصل القدر سر الله تعالى في خلقه, which means, right, that the essence of predestination, referring to free will indirectly, right, is a secret of Allah in His creation. وَلَمْ يَطَّلِعْ عَلَى ذَلِكَ مَلَكٌ مُقَرَّبٌ وَلَا نَبِيٌّ مُرْسَلٌ. And this secret has not been shared neither with His angel nor with His prophets. And that is the default Sunni stance. My personal opinion after investigating this behind the scenes with a lot more detail than this is I don't know. Sure. Sure. Of course, of course. Sure.
I see it like a circle that is alive.
Mm-hmm.
And free will has to do with time, right?
Yep. Yep.
Like, when those timelines exist inside that circle,
Sure.
a lot has to the end all at one time.
Sure.
And therefore, we apply the word free will only to us.
Yep.
But this concept of free will exists inside of that circle as well. And therefore, free will can exist and Allah can still be.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's how I say it, but still, I'm not.
Sure. And it's not just you. Ghazali had the same issue. Like this, he called it that the understanding this is supranatural. It is beyond reason. Has to only be sensed beyond, your mysticism. Yes, see. Yeah. Sure.
So qadar, what's happening around you, you don't have control of it.
Yeah.
Already know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
And then whatever you do, it's going to be your effect on that.
Sure.
And for other person,
Yeah.
I am part of this qadar.
Sure.
So that everybody has a part, but just today is going to be.
Of course, yeah.
Everything around us is qadar for us.
Yeah.
That's why the free will is like another thing to like in a movie. You're not watching a movie.
Yeah.
And if you're wine, assuming that another world is not safe, so people they will know that you're back in time.
Sure.
I have the capability to see what can happen.
Sure.
But the person paying that say doesn't know what's going to happen yet.
Sure.
Allah has everything.
Yeah.
But doesn't mean he's oblivious not there.
Sure. I think that's one way of expressing it, but there are even difficulties with this response, which is why I don't want to open this discussion here. But yeah. Last one, last question, and then we'll take a 10-minute. You can ask me in the 10-minute break, but I want to take a 10-minute break for everyone. You can, so, okay, yeah. Yeah. So a couple of things, right? If memory allows me to unpeel some things, number one, what the sister said about the clothes, that is one opinion, that you should not have anything above below your ankle, right? Number one. Number two, that is perhaps contextually speaking, a reference to the behavior which points to arrogance, right? So that was the explanation given to me. Now I may be perfectly wrong with that. I'm happy to be corrected, but I'll check with my own teachers and I'll pass that answer on to Jamal, inshallah. Okay? Right, guys, we'll take a 10-minute break. I'm here if you want to come see me, but we'll start evolution hopefully in 10 minutes from now.
We'll get started in 2 minutes, inshallah.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Can you hear me? Yep. Okay. So this has been a very eventful day. I had no expectations in terms of what I was going to see. MashaAllah, the community is very buzzing. It's very live, and I'm absolutely happy to be here and engage further with all of you. Before I go on to the whole Islam and evolution conversation, which is, I can tell you without a shadow of a doubt that evolution is the number one thing that is causing Muslims to leave Islam from science. The number one cause, right? I have seen this personally when I was with certain families. I know this from data. So you remember those two books that I showed you, the ones about ex-Muslim atheists? Both of them record that evolution was a cause of concern when it came to their Islamic system. Okay? Before I go on to evolution, I just put up my... Hello. Right. I don't mind, by the way. Relax. He's fine. He's okay. I just put up my details there for you in case you wanted to reach out. My email address will change, but that will work until the end of July, inshallah. So please do let me know. All right. Okay. So Bismillah. Let's start evolution. Teaching, humanities. Where is evolution? Continuously PDF. Okay. Right. Okay, Bismillah. All right. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. So, we're going to enter now a territory which I believe is really a huge issue for Muslims, personally speaking, right? This may not be an issue for you personally, but it is definitely a cause of concern for quite a few Muslims. I will tell you from the get-go, this discussion is sensitive, right? Evolution is a very sensitive topic. I can tell you two things. I've heard people saying things like kufr, kafir over these things, number one. In the university that I used to work at in Dubai, there was a professor, American professor, who was fired and deported from the country for teaching evolution. So this is pretty serious. We're talking about a sensitive matter, okay? Now, my plan here is to give you all the options that Muslims have discussed when it comes to evolution. And if we have time, I will give you my own analysis of the discussion, okay? For those of you who like to read, this is a book that I published 3 years ago, 2021. It's called Islam and Evolution, Al-Ghazali and the Modern Evolutionary Paradigm. And this is free to download. You can find it for free. You don't need to pay for it. It's totally free, right? And this will hopefully cover a lot of the ground I'll be mentioning here today. Just wanted to start off with words of caution. As I mentioned earlier, that evolution can create issues in some Muslim spaces. So I don't want anyone to feel irked, or angry. I want you to move your assumptions away and just listen with a pure and clean heart, right? Whatever you decide, you can keep that at the end of the day. But just listen for now. People usually see a bifurcation. Bifurcation simply means that they only see two choices in front of them, right? Either accept evolution and leave Islam, or accept Islam and abandon evolution. How many of you have taken AP Bio? Hands up. A few of you, AP Bio, or you've studied biology in school or university, right? So some of you not, okay. Now, evolution comes up at some point in the schooling system, okay? Which is why this is becoming a cause for concern. Before we begin, what I'd like to do is go over what evolution is in very simple terms, because when I use the word evolution, if people don't know the science behind it, it becomes very muddled. So let me just walk you through what evolution is. Evolution just involves three key concepts. If you understand these three things, you are fine. We can get the religious component started. Okay. The first thing that I want you to understand is the earth is really, really old. If you go back 200 years, there was a common understanding that the earth is around 6,000 to 10,000 years old, right? And this mostly was derived from the Bible. What they did was they looked at all the prophets or the patriarchs in the Bible, and then they, calculated how far back would it take to go to Adam. And they calculated around 6,000 to 10,000 years. This was done by James Ussher. That became then a common reference that you even see in some Islamic translations as well. But there's no requirement in Islam to believe in a young earth or an old earth. The universe can be as old as it can be. There's nothing strictly in Islam about it. Okay? So that's deep time. Is everyone clear about deep time? That the earth is really, really old. Second principle. Do you have parents or had parents at what point in time? Yes or no? Yes. Did they have parents? Yes or no? Yes. And you can keep going back and back. And if we put all these members on a tree, we get a family tree. Evolution says the exact same thing, but instead of individuals, All it says is that instead of people, individual people, we have species. And all of these species can be on a family tree. Okay? I'm not sure if I have the diagrams in here. No, I don't. Okay. So that's what common ancestry means, that you can have a family tree. Thumbs up, all good? Everyone happy with that? Thumbs up here, all good, yeah? Now, the theory of evolution also says human beings are not an exception. Human beings are part of this process, which is now where we can see some friction emerging. Okay. Now, the next question is, how does the process of evolution work? What is it that makes it tick? There are two key components here. The first one is random mutations, and the second one is natural selection. Okay. Random mutations is simply this idea that we all have within us DNA, correct? All of us have DNA. If you don't, you're AI, okay, so, right? But all of us have DNA. When parents get together and have children, in that process, mutations occur in the DNA. For example, all of you here have mutations that your parents did not have. And likewise, they have mutations that their parents did not have. The way we come across these mutations are simply in that reproductive process. We get some shuffling. Some DNA comes from mother, some comes from the father, and that mixes up. That's why if the same two people have multiple kids, sometimes the son or daughter looks more like the father, sometimes like the mother, sometimes a mix, sometimes neither. It just depends on how the genes are cooking. Does that make sense? Everyone okay with that, yeah? Now, when we say random here, random simply means that all of these outcomes are probable. It just means we don't know it definitively. Let me ask you a question. If I toss a coin, what are the only two options that I have when I toss a coin? Heads or tails? Now, on a specific toss, can you tell me with absolute certainty whether it's heads or tails? No. But that is random. That is chance. The same way, when genes cook up in the reproductive process, there is mutation going on. Do we know exactly where and how? No, but there are probabilities. If you want to say that evolution is haram because of random mutation, then coin tossing is haram. Do you see the point? Which is problematic. The second mechanism that forms part of evolution is natural selection. This is another big word, natural selection. And the idea here is very, very simple. I want you to imagine, so I come from the Middle East. Does anyone know the temperature in the Middle East right now? Anyone know? About 60 degrees Celsius, about 130 Fahrenheit. Beautiful temperature. Right? Now, imagine if I took 100 different species and put them in the Middle East. Which ones will be more likely to survive? The ones that have really thick fur or really thin fur? Really thin fur, thin hair. Because if you have really thick hair, that heat will kill you. Unless you adapt and you start shedding hair, you will not be able to survive in that environment. In other words, the environment acts like a filter. If you as a species are able to adapt to that climate or that landscape, you will die out. If you can survive, great, you move on. It is the combination of these three principles that make up what we call neo-Darwinism. From the brother side, is the science of evolution clear? Thumbs up. Yeah? Everyone okay? Good. From the sister side, is the science of evolution clear? Does anyone have any questions before I move on? Yes? Yeah. Yeah. Yes, yeah. Yeah. Yes, yeah. For laity, I don't go into details. Yeah. So that's what did you have a question? No. Okay. Now, some people say, well, hang on, natural selection means naturalism. Have you heard of that before? Naturalism? Naturalism is a philosophy that means nature is all there is. There's nothing more to life than nature. Do Muslims or Christians or Jews believe in that? No. All three religions reject that. Nature is not the only thing that exists. The problem is that the word natural selection is sometimes misunderstood to be that nature is all there is. Can God create the world through natural selection? Yes or no? He could if he wanted to, no problem, right? So let's not confuse natural selection for naturalism. It is just simply the name given to a process where as different species go into different localities, they either adapt and survive or don't and die off. That's it. Is everyone clear? Thumbs up? Yeah? All good. Okay. Now, how have Muslims responded to the theory of evolution? This is where things get interesting for you guys. Let us first start off with just a few important points. You can think of this as revision based off of what we did in the previous sessions. Do we believe God created the world? Yes or no? Yes. Do we believe God created laws of nature? Yes or no? Yes. Does God perform miracles? Yes or no? Yes. Does God send down revelation? Yes. Simple, easy, straightforward. When it comes to now the discussion of what isn't workable, there are a few things that need to be clarified from the beginning. The age of the earth, is that an issue in Islam? No. We do have verses that talk about Allah saying, Sittati ayyam, yani 6 days. Now here somebody could say, hang on, Allah said He created the world in 6 days. Isn't that a contradiction? Right? The word ayyam, which is the plural of the word yom, does that mean 24-hour days, yes or no in Arabic? No. Yom, ayyam means any span of time. Could be 1,000,000 years, billion years, whatever. It doesn't have to mean 24-hour days, which is why the age of the earth is not an issue. Is that point clear to everyone? Okay. Second thing here, right? Is there any clear indication about non-humans? Did God mention how He created plants or frogs or lizards or dinosaurs? Is that mentioned in Scripture? No. When something is not mentioned in Scripture, it's open-ended. For example, does the Quran say anywhere or discuss anywhere the periodic table? Does it discuss the periodic table? No. Does the Quran deny the periodic table? No. So as a Muslim, are you required to believe in the periodic table as a point of creed? No. Are you required to reject the periodic table as a point of creed? No. It's your personal or your scientific opinion. That's it. It has no bearings for you on the Day of Judgment. Is that clear? Yeah. Point number 3. Given these 2 points, the problem mostly seems to be human evolution. Right? Human evolution. And that is because we have certain verses and a narrative that emerges from the Quran. Right? And the narrative is almost identical to Genesis in the Bible. Almost. We believe that God created Adam and Eve. And God instructed Adam and Eve to not eat from the tree in the garden. Right? Satan influenced both of them in the Quran. It says both of them not to. He influenced both of them to eat from the tree. Hence, both were held accountable. They asked for forgiveness, and Allah forgave them, and then they were sent down on earth. That is the broad narrative. Everyone knows this narrative, yeah? You're all good with this narrative. Very, basic story that we learned when we were young. Now, how have Muslims responded to this? In that book that I showed you earlier, I identify 4 different positions. So I look at scholars from every part of the world: Malaysia, Turkey, Pakistan, India, the Arab world, the English-speaking world. And based on all those responses, we have 4 different positions that emerge. Remember, I am not telling at the moment which ones are compatible with Islam. I am just telling you, these are the positions. Clear? These are the positions. Let me go through these positions with you one by one. The first position is creationism. Creationism is the idea that God created each species instantaneously, miraculously. There is no evolution that connects all this together. So if you see the diagram from left to right, the very left is the beginning of the universe or the beginning of the earth, right? And you see those stars, you see those asterisks? That's where God created each species at a particular moment in time. This is creationism. Everyone clear about that? Thumbs up? Yeah? All good. There is another variation of creationism which says that God created all the species at the same time, at the very beginning. Some have died off, some are still existing today. Do you guys know about the famous movement known as young earth creationism? Hands up if you've heard of that, young earth creationism. You've never heard of that? Okay. So the US is very famous for this movement, particularly in the Bible Belt. Young earth creationism literally believes, this is a big movement in the US, that the earth is 6 to 10,000 years old, literally. They also believe all species were created at the same time. In fact, they have a whole museum called Noah's Ark in Kentucky. There they show humans and dinosaurs side by side. Right? So that is a thing. That is a thing. Okay? So you have two versions of creationism. Creationism A, creationism B. Now I want to clarify one thing here for everyone. The word creationism has a broad meaning, but it also has a narrow meaning. Broadly speaking, creationism means God created everything. In which case, all of us are creationists, right? Every single one of us is a creationist. A narrower meaning is this. In specifically works of evolution and religion, creationism specifically means God created each of the species miraculously independently. Is creationism clear to everyone? Okay. Then we have the position known as human exceptionalism. The name is pretty much, clear by itself. Human exceptionalism is the idea that evolution is true for everything, right? All things that we know of were created through evolution, no problem. But evolution is not true for Adam, Eve, and his descendants. Simple. Everyone okay with that, yeah? Everyone here good? You're good here. Okay. The third position is known as Adamic exceptionalism. Now let me explain what this means here. Adamic exceptionalism is the idea that Adam created miraculously, no problem. Eve created miraculously, no problem. However, this is where then it differs slightly with human exceptionalism. Does the Quran say when Adam was created? Does it mention which year he was created? No. He could have been created 10,000 years ago, 50,000 years ago, 100,000 years ago. We have no clue. The Quran and the Hadith do not give us a date. Given that we don't know when he existed, does the Quran say anything about other hominids around Adam alayhi salam? Does it mention anything at all? No. A hominid is basically human-like entities, right? So have you guys heard the word Neanderthals? Have you heard of that? Have you heard the word Dragon Man, right? Denisovans, right? So all of those, they have very, very similar structures to us. So if I put a Neanderthal skull, a Denisovan skull, a few others, over a period of 2 million years, they would look very similar. They would look very similar. And we know from science that Denisovans and Neanderthals interbred with us. We have Neanderthal DNA in us, right? So we know that they interbred. Does that make sense, everyone? Yeah? Good. So, Adamic exceptionalism says, we believe Adam was created miraculously, no problem. We believe Eve was created miraculously, no problem. But the Quran does not deny the possibility of Adam's descendants perhaps interbreeding with other hominids. Does that make sense? Yeah, the Quran does not deny the possibility of Adam's descendants interbreeding with other hominids that could have coexisted at the time. Sorry? I didn't say it was a problem. I'm just playing out the position. Good question though. Good question. I didn't say it was a problem. I just said that this is a position. Does that make sense, the sister side? Yeah? Does that make sense? Yes? So remember, the word human now is a bit of a game-changing question in science, right? In science itself, what is human, how far back it can go is a problem. Now look, this is a good question that he's asked, right? In the Quran, in Islamic scripture, we have three things that we use to refer to as human. Bani Adam, meaning the sons of Adam. Bashar, insan. Right? Those are theological terms. Let's come to the biology. We have Homo sapien, Homo neanderthalensis, Homo denisovans, right? How do you correlate this with this non-arbitrarily? Does Bani Adam start with Neanderthal? Homo erectus? Where does it start? See the point? Okay. Is everyone clear so far? Everyone with me so far? Guys, are you confused? Anyone confused here? No? Okay, good. What are you confused by? Sorry? Oh, why am I not surprised? Yes. Tell me, yes.
So what you're saying is that Neanderthals are like completely separate from like Bani Adam?
I didn't say any of that. All I said was that there are various humans that have been immersed in the discourse of human evolution. Some of them are called Denisovans. We are referred to as Homo sapiens, right? And Homo sapiens go back to 200,000-300,000 years ago, right? We know for a fact that there were other human-like entities, Homo sapien-like entities called Neanderthals, and there was a third one called Denisovans. We know that these at one point interbred. All I was saying, because you're confused because what you're doing right now is you automatically think Bashar, Insan, Bani Adam equates with Homo sapiens, correct?
Yeah, but like I just thought like it's like the evolution, like it was Neanderthals and it was
No, they coexisted. They coexisted, right? And remember, you're assuming that the entire category of Homo sapiens is Bani Adam Insan, right? That's what you're assuming. Whereas in fact, how do you know that this biological category fully exhausts this term known as Insan and Bashar? How did you correlate that without justification? Oh, I don't deny that he was the first Insan on earth. He could be that, no doubt. The question is, was he the first Homo sapien on earth? We don't know. Yeah, we don't know. According to this position. Okay? According to this position. I'm being very careful with my words here. Yes? Hey, according to this position, yes, Yumkin. Yeah. We have genetic ancestry. No. Yeah. So what I mean by that is when we're talking about interbreeding, they had human reproductive capabilities, right? That's what I'm crossbreeding. That was possible, right? And DNA, when you match DNA, how do we measure DNA across different species? We look at their proximity in DNA. We have a big difference between pigs and us, no problem, right? But the difference between us and Neanderthals is very, very close. That's the point. No, in fact, the 2022 or 2023 Nobel Prize was given to the person who proved that this is evidence of interbreeding. Yeah, Wallahu alam, exactly, Wallahu alam. Right, is everybody clear? I just want to make sure that you're understanding the positions. Yeah. No. Be clear with your language. Adam came down. Yes, yeah. Yep. Yeah. Also bear in mind, at the moment, when you ask that question, you've assumed that Adam is the first Homo sapien. He may not be. Yeah.
These humanoid these other may have been existed at that time.
Yeah, maybe.
And then Adam's progeny
Yeah.
intermingled.
P-
Then,
yeah. Possibly.
And those had evolved the same way from a single organism.
Yeah. Got it? Okay. All right. Okay. So I know this is raising a lot of questions, which is good. But you asked me, who was the sister? She was the sister. She was the one who asked for this. So blame it on her, right? Right. I could be at my home chilling at the hotel. So, right. The last position is no exceptions. No exceptions is the position. And I want you to be clear here. I want you to understand. I am just giving you the positions. I am not telling you whether these are correct or not. Huh? Do you want me to? Khalas, they will come. Relax, chill. Okay? Right. Now, in this particular position, and this is, remember, these are positions that have been given by Muslims, Muslim thinkers. This position says Adam and Eve are either metaphors, right? They're not real. Or even if they were real, they have, it's here, right here. They had a mother and father. This is no exceptions. Either Adam and Eve are metaphors, or if they were real, they had a mother and father. Does that make sense about these? Yeah? Right. Now, what I put here, I just realized I put this image here. I'll explain what this image is. This was me putting in an image to make the difference between human and Adamic exceptionalism as clear as possible. If you look at human exceptionalism, do you see Adam? Let me use this here. You see Homo Neanderthal, Denisovans? They kind of coexist, parallel, right? Is there any connection between Adam or Homo sapiens with the other entities? Do you see any connections? No. Completely independent. I'll get to you in a second. In Adamic exceptionalism, however, which is this diagram here, you see those circles? Those are all the possibilities at which Adam could have existed. We don't know. We have no clue. But whenever he did exist, Adam's descendants could have interbred with other hominids. That's it. That's the only thing that I'm trying to show you here through this diagram. Yes, sister at the back, you had a question? No. I didn't say theologians. I said Muslim thinkers. I'm being very careful with my word choices. 100% I agree with you. I am not denying what you said, but I have not told you which ones are correct yet. Right? She simply said, are these opinions by Muslim ulama, scholars? And I said, no. I said Muslim thinkers. Number two, then she asked, well, some of these positions, this contradicts, some of these are contradicting the Quran. I said, yes, well done. But I didn't say which ones are correct at the moment. So, yes. Yeah. Right, yeah. You had a question? Yeah. Oh, that's a question to think about. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, I like where you're going. Very good. Yes? Maybe not. Yes? Yeah. No, it is scientifically proven. Right, yeah, it's in the realm of possibility. Yeah. Yeah, he could have done that. Yeah, definitely. That's human exceptionalism. That is human exceptionalism. See? What do you think that diagram is on the left-hand side? Yeah, that's human exceptionalism. Human exceptionalism, no interbreeding. If you dislike the idea, it disgusts your fitrah. Khalas, go for human exception, habibi. Yes, relax, chill. Okay, right, right, good, right. Now comes the question: what is acceptable? Right? This is the big thing that you're waiting for. Yeah? Okay. I'll come back to Boston in 2 years' time to ask this. Right. No, I won't be cruel. Right. So here we need to understand, right, the purpose of aqidah and theology, right? In Islam, we have various aqidah schools, okay? Various schools of creed. The first division that we have amongst Muslims are Sunnis and Shi'is. Have you heard of the term Shi'i before? Yeah? Okay. Shi'is have their own schools of thought. Sunnis have their own schools of thought. I am a Sunni Muslim. So I'm giving you a Sunni response. My analysis has been through a Sunni lens. Okay? If someone who's here is Shi'i, then this may not apply to you, perhaps. Within Sunni Islam, we have three main schools of theology, three different madhahib. Now, this may confuse some people. When we pray, right, have you noticed some people pray with their hands here, some are here, some on their sides? This is because there are different schools of fiqh, jurisprudence. Just like that, there are also different schools of aqidah or creed. Is everyone with me so far? Yeah? Now, my own analysis conducted in this book is through the lens of the Ash'ari school, which is the school that Imam Ghazali belongs to. Remember the subtitle of my book? Al-Ghazali and the Modern Evolutionary Paradigm. Okay? So I'm making my presumptions crystal clear to you that this is the paradigm that I'm adopting and looking at this conversation through. Okay? Now, in order to address this question, we need to answer two questions. And these are the same two questions you should analyze for evaluating any single thing in the field of Islam and science. The first question is, can God do this? Yes or no? Right? Can God create this thing? Yes or no? That is to do with metaphysics or to do with Allah's power. The second question has to do with scripture. Does this position in any shape or form contradict revelation? Is everyone clear about those two inquiries? Okay, right. Now, let us first answer the first question. There are a couple of things that you need to believe to address the first question. Number one, God is what? Necessary being. Creation is completely contingent. That's what radical contingency here means. Okay? Point number three, forget that. You don't need to worry about that. That is beyond the scope of this particular workshop. But point number four is God can do anything that is logically possible. If you can logically conceive it, Allah can create it. Does that make sense? Not that He actually did create it, but it is in His power to create it. Does everyone see the difference? Right? Huh? Beyond logical possibilities. That's the limit. Right? Now, given what I put there, let me ask all of you a question. I'm not put revelation to the side for a second. Do not put Quran and Hadith in your mind. I am simply asking you a question about Allah's power. Could God create us through creationism? Yes or no? 100% plausible. Given Allah's power, could God create us through human exceptionalism? Yes, 100%. How about Adamic exceptionalism? 100%. How about creationism? Yes. Oh, sorry, no exceptions. Yes. That means all of these are completely possible given God's power. Now, this is a very, very important conclusion. Have you come across people telling you evolution equals to atheism? Have you heard of that before? Some people make that claim. Clearly, it does not. Evolution is not intrinsically atheistic. If God wanted to, He could have created us this way. Simple as. Simple as. So now that you know the necessary being or the contingency argument, you can easily see through this narrative. Is everyone clear about the first question? Yes. Okay, so very good point, mashallah. Very good point. So he said that according to him, he's heard that people try to explain everything through natural, right? They go back to the first cell, then from the first cell to the first atom, even there from the Big Bang, right? So let me be clear about this. Evolution only explains the origins of species. Yani anwa'. That's it. It explains how dinosaurs, cats, lizards, humans come about. The discussion of how the first life formed, this is not what the theory of evolution explains. This is a different discipline known as abiogenesis. Right? This is a different discipline. So we have biologists and chemists who study abiogenesis. They're trying to come up with explanations how we can go from carbon, nitrogen, oxygen to the first cell. This is a discussion. This is a scientific area. But that is not what evolution explains. Evolution explains once life emerged, however it did, we don't know, but once it emerged, how do all these different anwa', these species come about? From one cell or from multiple cells. We don't know what that first life form was like. Okay. But if you believe in wajib al-wujud, the necessary being, is that a valid argument anymore? No. Because what they're actually telling you is evolution plus naturalism means no God. But evolution plus God is okay. Yes? They didn't know. That was pure. That's why in evolution, Darwinism was just natural selection. Neo-Darwinism was natural selection plus random mutation. There might be now a new revolution called the extended evolutionary synthesis. Those debates are irrelevant for our purposes, religiously speaking. We want to know whether this contradicts our Islam, yes or no. Did you have a question? Okay. Okay.
Basically, I think like the beginning, because like back then, marriage was like a lot more important. Like you have like people wedded across different nations, so they could like they get together and protect each other.
Sure.
And stuff, a lot more.
Sure.
Back then, it was too easy. The men were able to play in strong.
Sure, maybe that would be plausible. Sure. Okay. Is everybody clear about the first question said? Yeah? Oh, yes, go ahead, brother. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Sure. 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 Yeah.
Actually, more of the trying to connect the dots.
Sure.
If you look at the science behind it, it's no complication. There is nothing definite yet.
I agree, but that's the nature of all science. All science is never going to be 100% definitive. Yeah. Right. Sure. Sure. Right. Good. Yeah. Sure. I will touch this or a broader point at the end, inshallah. But good point. Okay. So, from the first standpoint, no problem. There is no contradiction. Okay. Now, To analyze scripture, now when you're doing analysis of scripture, there are a few principles that come into play. Okay? I am just summarizing them to 5 points for you. Number one, when you want to say something is a part of your aqidah or creed, that thing has to be historically robust and must be unambiguous. What this means is, the Quran itself has been historically transmitted, at least according to Muslims, as the unadulterated word of God. There's been no changing around. The hadith, however, there are mixes. There are some hadith that are very strong, some hadith are weak. That's why we have a whole discipline known as Mustalah al-Hadith or Usul al-Hadith. Okay? For you to claim something to be theologically as a creedal principle, it must be historically very strong. So it must be either in the very strong hadith category or the Quran. And the wording must be crystal clear. That is, it cannot have any other interpretation. Is everyone clear about that? First principle should be relatively clear. Second principle, right? Scriptural possibilities are evaluated through metaphysical possibilities. Now let me unpack that. Well, what do you mean by metaphysical? Metaphysical possibilities here simply mean the first question. Is it logically possible? Yes or no? Let me ask all of you a question. Do you believe in miracles? Yes or no? Right, okay. Now when you read miracles in the Quran, do you accept them at face value? Yes or no? Yes. Why? Because you believe in that possibility. There are some Muslims, I'm not going to name them, who believe miracles don't exist because they've been infected with scientism. Some Muslims who occupy that. So when they read miracles in the Quran, they try to explain them naturally. You see the point? So based on what you think is possible or not will impact your interpretation of scripture. Is that clear? Yeah, you okay? Sister at the back? Yeah? You good? Yeah, you with the purple one. Yeah, you good. Yeah, okay. Right, okay. Yeah, okay. Number 3, right. We take scripture apparently until and unless there is a reason to do so, right? Either predicated on the Arabic or on the context of the verse, right? So, for example, right? We know for a fact that Allah says He has a hand. تبارك الذي بيده الملك وهو على كل شيء قدير. Allah says, blessed is His hand, right? تبارك الذي بيده الملك, right? Now, is God a physical thing? Yes or no? Is God a physical thing? Is God physical? Oh no, according to you, okay, faith, yeah. So, according to Muslims, God is not a physical thing. God is not a physical thing, right? And we compound this with another verse in the Quran, لَيْسَ كَمِثْلِ شَيْءٍ. There's nothing like unto Him, right? So that's why we contextualize that rendering that God is outside of time, beyond physics, beyond space, beyond that kind of reality, right? So whenever we interpret verses, we always interpret it within the context of the Quran and the context of the Quran and the Arabic language. If something is pressing against the Arabic language, we do not consider it a valid opinion. That's why doing interpretations on the English may get you into trouble. Does that make sense? Is everybody clear about that? Yeah? You guys all good here? Everyone all good there? Yeah, good. Any questions? No? Okay, good. 2 more. I promise we're done. Allah talks about past events. Okay? He talks about past events. As Muslims, do you believe in Moses, a person called Moses, yes or no? Do you believe in Jesus? Why? Because he is mentioned in the Quran. Okay? So Allah affirms certain things in the Quran. As Muslims, do we believe that Jesus died on the cross? No, because this is what Allah negates in the Quran. Sorry, this is a different opinion, right? So we have some things that Allah negates, some things that Allah affirms. And there are some things that Allah does not talk about at all. Does Allah mention that there are things called dinosaurs in the Quran? No. Does Allah mention that there are no such things as dinosaurs in the Quran. No, he neither affirms nor denies. That means whether you believe in dinosaurs or not is your personal opinion. Is that clear? Last principle. When there are multiple opinions available for a given verse or a given hadith, do not force one above the other if they all have the same value. Okay? If you have equally, weighted opinions over a verse, it's open-ended. Don't force one over the other. Is that clear to everyone? Everyone okay with that? Yeah? Right. Now, yes. Sorry? I'm trying to think of an example. Okay, 1 second. Off the top of my head. Okay, 1 second. I'm trying to think of one. Okay. Right. In Surah Fatiha, right? This is the first thing that comes to mind. I'm tired, so I can't think of one that's a bit better. But we have two pronunciations. Maliki Yawmiddin, Maliki Yawmiddin. King and owner, right? Which one is the absolute? Both are plausible. Okay, both are plausible. Right. Now, given those commitments, given those principles of scripture, the question is, what are you committed to as Muslims? And what are you not committed to? Are Muslims committed to a real Adam and Eve? Yes or no? 100%. Are Muslims committed to a real, we said Adam and Eve. Are Muslims committed to the idea that Adam was created miraculously? Yes, clearly from the scriptural verses. Are Muslims committed to the idea that Eve was created miraculously? Yes. Are Muslims committed to the idea that all of us have a lineage that go back to Adam and Eve? 100%. Very good. Okay? So that's crystal clear. That is basic Sunni orthodoxy. Okay? What are we not committed to though? Do we have any verse in the Quran that talks about when Adam and Eve existed? Zero. We have no clue when he existed. Do we have any idea of what existed around Adam alayhi salam? What other hominids could have been there? No. The Quran mentioned in any shape or form about the kind of interactions that Adam's descendants could have had with other hominids? No. Right? No. So, given these commitments, let me now ask you the following. Is creationism compatible with scripture? Yes or no? Yes, it is. No problem. If you believe in creationism, there is no contradiction with scripture. Is that clear? Yeah, you look confused. You're okay? You guys okay? Very good. Now, human exceptionalism. Is that compatible with scripture? Yes or no? Yes, of course I can. Yes. No. I'll put it here. Human exceptionalism, Adamic exceptionalism. Humans exceptionalism says Adam and Eve created miraculously. Those two and their descendants have nothing to do with evolution. That's human exceptionalism. The diagram, look, it's literally just there in front of you, right? Okay, so let me talk this again. MashaAllah, MIT stuff happening right here. Right, right. I'll explain again. Human exceptionalism, evolution is true for everything except for Adam, Eve, their descendants. So if you look at the diagram on the left-hand side, do you see that circle? So Adam was popped into existence. Homo sapiens arrived. There is no lineal breeding whatsoever with anything else. They're a completely isolated process. Evolution does not apply to them. Yes? Are you with me? What time is it? So, all right. Okay. Yes. Yeah. We don't know where it's last. Where did you get that it was last? Which verse does it say last? Okay. All right, fair enough. Did you have a question? Oh, okay, sorry. I thought it was a chance. Okay. Right. So that's human exceptionalism, right? Then Adamic exceptionalism again is here. Adam created at some point in time along with Eve, but you can see here interbreeding is a possibility according to this position. Let me now come back again to the graph that we were on here, right? We said, is creationism compatible with scripture? No problem. There is no contradiction that emerges. Is human exceptionalism compatible with the Quran and the Hadith? Is it? Yes. No problem. Is Adamic exceptionalism compatible? What do you think? So here, some people say yes, including me. I think that's possible. You may disagree with that. You may disagree with that. But my conclusion is it's not a problem at all. Okay? You may disagree. That's fine. Yes. Yeah. To be clear, right? When that interbreeding happened, there cannot be any line now that does not trace itself back to Adam and Eve. Every one of us must have a lineage that goes back to Adam and Eve. Yani there cannot be a human lineage that goes to something else exclusively. There must be some connection to Adam and Eve. Simple as. Can Muslims believe no exceptions? No. Yeah. They were, if they existed, they were created through evolution. Okay? So when you put it all together, here's at least what I concluded, right? That from the perspective of what God can and cannot do, everything is possible. And that's always important to understand, because when people say quantum mechanics undermines God's existence or evolution undermines God's existence, you should be saying, no, that is not true. That does not make sense at all. Different explanations. From a scriptural standpoint, I made it clear to you, what are our commitments? What are we uncommitted to? And the only thing that I think causes real issue is the last opinion. And that is my pretty much conclusion of Islam and evolution. A lot more details are mentioned in that book. By the way, that book has been translated to 6 languages, including Arabic. So for those of you, if you prefer Arabic, you can read it up, inshallah, right? But the book, it goes into a lot more detail, and you can look into that. But all I did was give you a summary of the debate and potential things that you can and can accept. For those of you who are maybe like, I'm not so sure about Adamic exceptionalism, no problem. Be a creationist, be a human exceptionist, no problem, go ahead. If you are of the opinion that evolution is true, okay, then Adamic exceptionalism is possible. Now, I don't know if it was you or you, I will get to you in a second. I don't know who it was between the two of you, but I want to now show you the way I analyze things in Islam and science, right? The question is, do you have to wait for a scientific idea to be true to analyze it theologically? Now, let me ask you this question, okay? Remember the multiverses? Remember the multiverses, yeah? The fact that there are other big bangs. Let's do the same analysis. Can God create it? So that's the first thing. Can God create it? Yes or no? No problem. Does the Quran affirm multiverses? No. Does the Quran deny multiverses? No. So can you accept it if you wanted to? Yeah, you can, no problem, right? So you just analyzed theologically multiverses. You know how much evidence there is for the multiverse? Zero. Is no scientific evidence at all for the multiverse. Yet, you were still able to carry out a theological exploration, right? Where I find Muslims get caught up in this debate is this true 100%? Akhi, it doesn't matter if it's true. See if it's true, how can you evaluate it? You want to identify your red lines, that's it. Does that make sense, right? So for me, because God did not create me, I feel, to look at every single debate on evolution, the bacteria, and all I want to know is what can I accept, what I need to reject. That's it. Because if I am a committed Muslim, I have a metaphysics. I have a method I follow. I then have a scripture that I follow. There are some lines that are clear. I just want to know I steer clear of them, and that's it. Simple as. I hope that helped you. Any questions? Yep. Yep. Yeah. Yes. Crystal clear methodology. Sure. Yep. Of course. Exactly. That's it. Right. So here, I agree with you. At what point do you start compromising? This is the reason why having peer review is very important, right? So people are going to discuss and debate. Some people argue strictly for creationism. So for example, do you know Sheikh Yasir Qadi? Do you guys know of him, right? Sheikh Yasir Qadi in the US, right? Sheikh Yasir Qadi himself adopts human exceptionalism. He himself is open to Adamic exceptionalism, but he doesn't believe that's true. He believes more likely human exceptionalism is true. Yeah. 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 Sure. Sure, sure, sure. Sure. Yeah. Right. I love what you said. I really like what you said. Now here's the issue. This is me coming back to what we were talking about, community build-ups, right? If you want to find a book on the Shafi'i madhab, how do you pray according to Shafi'i? You will find a book. If you want to find a book, what is the Ash'ari madhab? You'll find a book. If you want to find according to Ibn Taymiyyah, you'll find a book. We are not at the stage where we are developing books for contemporary challenges yet. We are not at this stage. And one of the reasons why we are not at this stage is because of colonization. Does anyone know what colonization is? Do you guys know what that word is? Yeah? Okay. Hands up if you don't know what that word means. Okay, mashallah, everyone knows. Okay, good. So colonization, unfortunately, created a rift between the madrasa and the university. I'll give you one example. Who colonized India and Pakistan about 100 years ago? Which country? The British. Very good, right? There is a tafsir, I think, if I remember correctly, I think it's called Tafsir al-Bayan, right? It's an exegesis, it's an explanation of the Quran. And if I remember correctly, I think it was written by Maulana Ashraf Thanwi. And in that tafsir, you will find some very strange opinions. It says in that book, again, if I remember correctly, do not say hello in English. It's haram. And you're thinking, what? Why did he say that? We're speaking English, we say hello all the time. Why is that wrong? When the colonizers were colonizing, back then it was Hindustan, right? I know that it annoys Pakistanis. We're not Hindustanis, we're Pakistanis. We were Hindustanis before, right? So, when the colonizers were there, they also brought their missionaries. And this particular scholar, he was a very senior scholar, by the way. His books are still revered today. He said, do not let them know you speak English. Otherwise, they'll try to proselytize you. Right? That's what you see that there. Right? I'm getting to the point. 1 second, yeah? Now, when the colonizer came, they also started developing their own institutions. And these institutions would have the latest science, mathematics, whatever latest disciplines. Now think as a parent, you are a parent in this situation. Do you send them to the madrasa, which is now outdated? It used to be the best place to go for studies. Or do you send them now to the latest school that will most likely give them a better job? As a parent, you choose that, right? And so in the past 100 years, that is why we see a huge rift between madrasa training, seminary training, and people coming out of the university. Each one is lacking the knowledge of the other, right? So that's why you will come across people who are here very good in terms of the classical texts. Ask them about AI. Ask them about quantum. They may struggle. Come here to the university. Okay, they may be the best engineer in the world, no problem. Ask them about Aqidah. There's a gap here. Now, slowly, I'm not saying definitively, slowly, we are seeing people who are mixing the two, right? So at least in the UK, I only know a few scholars in the US, Yasir Qadi being one of them, who I believe will help develop the Muslim world by being able to converse both of these two. In the UK, we have quite a few scholars like this, right? And I think slowly, that band is going to get narrower and narrower and narrower. But it will take time. It is not an easy solution. And this comes down to your point that we need something practical for the wider Muslim population, right? This is because we don't have the proper infrastructure yet to develop this scholarship. It is always piecemeal. Yeah. 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 Sure, yeah. Yes. Sure. Yeah. 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 Sure. Right. I 100% agree with you. I think that Muslims do need to be aware of their own history. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, I cut you off. Yeah. 100%. Agreed. Very good. So, does anyone know about the golden age of Islam? Golden age. Have you guys heard of that? The golden age of Islam, the heyday, right? Now, the golden age of Islam was a very interesting period because we saw the bubbling of amazing scientific production, civilizational progress. In fact, many people from around the world will come to Muslim lands to study medicine, to study engineering, right? It almost seems unfathomable from today's perspective. And because of this, there seems to be a huge gap. What is the most likely explanations? Most historians of science as well as religion seem to indicate colonization as the key cause. Not the only cause, but as a key cause, right? And because of this impact, because of this event, we are feeling the impact today, right? I can tell you, so I work in the field of science and religion. That is my area. I compare myself to my colleagues who are Christians. Christian scholars have institutions, universities in which they can specialize. They have funding to the number of millions of dollars and pounds. Where's the Islamic equivalent? I don't see it, right? So that's why I believe that in order to have, this kind of progress, we need two things. We need wealthy Muslim men and women who have the capital that can invest in infrastructure. And we also need to train our scholars that can then provide direction and help for the society. That's my opinion. Yes? Yeah.
What's the evidence? What's the Islamic evidence that it's valid that there's like different schools of thought? Because I just, standard classical Orthodox understanding.
Sure.
Very mainstream, that there's only one.
Right. So what happens in contemporary schools, and this is mostly because of parental influence to some extent, is that you are usually presented with one school of thought and you're told that's Islam. That's what happens in most Islamic schools. I'm assuming you're going to an Islamic school of sorts? No? Okay, all right, okay. I may be mistaken. But for the reason why that happens is because parents tell the instructors at the school, as well as the principal, don't confuse our kids. Just teach them one madhab, one school, that is it. Don't confuse them. The problem with that is that if you don't get told about this, when you go out there, you'll then see, oh, why is he praying this way? Why is he praying that way? Because historically, these are all the schools of thought that became valid over time. That's it, and that is also aqidah, yeah, even aqidah. Right. Sure. In the creed of schools, however, on all the main principles, these three schools are valid. The Sunni schools, they have a 70% core difference, a core similarity. Where they differ are some minor minutiae here and there. Ash'ari and Athari. Yeah. So as you get deeper into the area, you also have big differences in fiqh as well. Like that's not a thing. But here, I get you. My point is simply that within the core view of Islam, these are the three recognized schools, so to speak. Historically, they have had a lot of overlap. They differ sometimes here and there. Some scholars did disagree heavily on some things, but there is an overall core. And that's all I want you to take away from that. If you're following one, stick to that one. Okay? Yes. Yes. Yeah. So if you study Ash'ari books, you'll find their evidence. No. What do you mean the one? What do you mean the one? Right. Yeah. Sure. So my evidence is study with the teachers of each one and make up your mind. That would be my evidence. Okay? Yep. Yes. Yeah, so I that's a good point. So I personally believe that the conclusions here are applicable to all three. They're all three. Some may disagree, but I think they're all three. At least that's my opinion on the matter, right? Yeah, so these principles will be applicable to all three. Where there might be some disagreements are in the first question, what is and isn't possible. That may be the difference, to some extent. Okay? Yes? Yeah? Okay, yes. Sure. What's the scientific evidence behind it? Yeah. So for me personally, when I'm investigating things theologically, I couldn't care about the scientific merit. Then that's a scientific discussion. I want to know if it's true, how far can I go in accepting it? That's it. That's all I need as a Muslim. I don't care about the rest of the evidence. That's my personal take on the matter. Right. Yes, at the back. The four what? Sorry? What are their differences? Okay, so in terms of the creedal differences, in order to understand those differences, you'd have to sit down and study those three schools, right? Maturidi school, yeah. Oh, okay. So remember, fiqh is to do with practice, what you can and cannot do, right? What is haram and what is halal. Aqidah is to do with what you believe, right? That's why these are known as schools of creed versus schools of jurisprudence, i.e. governing what is right and wrong. Does that make sense? Good. Yes, Sidi. Last question. Yeah. Yes.
So you said that when I talked about us and jinn.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then if Adam, if the vision of other.
Sure. They are Bani Adam then.
How are they?
Aren't they children of Adam?
No, they're not.
Why not?
You said Adam. Yeah, Adam.
Sure.
The Adamic section are just Adam all the way. then there is other creatures who looks like Adam.
Bashar insan, yeah, okay.
But I'm not Bani Adam.
Sure, they're not Bani Adam, but if the mixing happens, aren't the children, don't they have a nasab that goes back to Adam alayhi salam? Whoa.
If it's
No, hang on, okay. Imagine an alien comes down. Just imagine. And imagine I can interbreed with this alien, for example, and we have a child. This is my child. I am the child of my father, and we go back to Bani Adam. Huh? This is a haram halal issue. This is not an issue of whether it's biologically speaking, it is still part of Bani Adam. So whether we can marry or not, that is an issue of whether it's haram or halal, right? It's a halal. Because fiqh tells us whether we can marry. Like for example, can we marry animals? No, but still people commit that act. So yani, what is haram or halal does not dictate what happens in reality. Sah or la? So same thing.
But we never heard about something come human and animal.
So here,
When people come up to that, it's not going to be human, it's going to be half and half.
Ibn Taymiyyah has an explicit quote saying that jinn and insan married and had kids. And the Bani Adam, no? Ibn Taymiyyah said that. Right. Does that help? Yeah. All right, guys. I want to say thank you so much. I hope I didn't overwhelm you today. This was very fun for me. Thank you so much for listening to me. Those are my details. If you want to reach out, feel free to do so. Have a good day. Barakallahu feek. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you.
Just want to thank you from the bottom of our hearts. May Allah Azza wa Jal reward you greatly and your family for exhausting yourself to teach us something today. Barakallahu feekum. Allah make your travels easy, inshallah.
Yeah.